Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome one, welcome all to SimSpeed TV. It is time for V8SCOPS. This is the 8th round of the championship here at the Belle Isle Street Circuit in virtual Detroit. This is something that we've been looking forward to for a while. These cars suiting street circuits perfectly, and when we've been here in the past, has certainly provided some of the most exciting racing and some of the most dramatic events that we've had in V8SCOPS history. Certainly going to be a fun night of racing with Split 1 and Super Split 2 action coming up for you here tonight. To bring it to you all live on YouTube, Facebook, and Kick is myself, Reese Gardner, with Dan Yeaman alongside me in the commentary box. Jay Kennedy, of course, behind the scenes handling production. Well, Dan, we went through this on Friday with the support series, but we might as well have a look at Belle Isle again because it's worth taking a few looks at. This is a pretty iconic street circuit. A real shame that it isn't being used in the real world anymore because it suits these cars perfectly.
Yeah, I think it certainly does. And if anything, what we saw on Friday night is to go by. Hopefully, we'll get ourselves a good night here as well to round our weekend off. If we zoom in just shy of downtown Detroit, which is actually top of your screen there, as we look here at the raceway at Belle Isle. And as you said, unfortunately, no longer in real-world racing competition, as they have indeed moved back to the downtown streets for IndyCar and IMSA and relevant support categories. But, I mean, yeah, this is a great circuit. It should test these cars really nicely. A mixture of mid to high-speed corners, it's sort of towards the end of the lap and the start of the lap there, from when you call it 13 through to turn 1. Then slower turns. We've got ourselves some good straightaways here. Well, two main straightaways here, of course, that run from turn 2 to turn 3, as well as turn 6 to turn 7. And that means a couple of good braking opportunities as well to set drivers up under brakes. But then also making sure around that fountain section in particular, you've got the car dialed in for good mechanical grip so that you can drive out and set yourself up for the end of the lap as well.
Yeah, very challenging circuit, one that can be hard to pass on, but prime overtaking opportunities do exist on this circuit, and the foremost of them is at turn 3, that very tight right-hander at the end of the straight, and then the staircase through 4, 5, and 6. That definitely brings up a lot of potential for setting up a pass into turn 7 if your opponent gets their line slightly off. Either way, few configurations that this circuit has had over the years, and this one is potentially the simplest that it's ever had, but certainly one of the best for racing. The drivers have to be careful of there being very sparing runoff all around the circuit, but particularly at turn 12 and the exit of turn 13 as well. There is no space between the racing surface and the concrete wall. We've seen plenty of races ruined by drivers pushing a little too hard into there. 14 turns and plenty of action around this Belle Isle street circuit. Well, it's time for Super Split 2 action. Of course, no qualifying session because the grid is set by the times that they were set in the pre-qualifying over the course of the last few days. A 27-lap race here with a minimum 2-tire compulsory pit stop between the end of lap 2 and the end of lap 25. So, pretty regular stuff here, but plenty of opportunity for strategy mix-ups, especially considering what we've been told about how the strategies can work out around here with the tire life.
Yeah, as you, we did hear a bit about that. So expect maybe 1 second or so per lap by the end of the stint compared to the start of the stint. Or actually, not even by the end of the stint, I should say. It can take as little as about a half dozen laps or so. It's entirely down to how the drivers manage their cars out on track. And corners like here, turn 3, making sure that you are managing your throttle application is going to be critical. Out of turn 2 there as well, of course, as you try and get on the power, ride that crest and the bumps. In saying that, there's a lot of corners here on this circuit. This is actually a bit of a highlights reel for the not top 10 moments of the warm-up session. Seems to have happened there between the first couple of corners. But, I mean, yeah, all in all, as they take the curbing there at turn 3, got to be careful of the car, as we saw there for the Quality Control Racing Commodore, which would be of Zach Rattray White, if I'm not mistaken. It is indeed. Got basically picked up off the curb there. And there you go, turn 5, concrete there on the exit with no tyres to save you. There's only select amounts of tyre padding on a few corners to help you out if things go sideways. So as you did point out there, Reese, there's a lot of places where it can go wrong, and a lot of them are in critical pressure point situations on the track as well, such as those final 2 turns in particular with those mid-speed double right-handers to round you back onto the front straight away.
Yeah, and this section here, the fountain section that drivers are going through at the moment, you're turning left for a very long time and have to get instantly on the brakes for that tight right-hander to bring you up onto the run 2, those last couple of corners. And the exit here is really difficult to get right in cars this powerful. Plenty of big bumps on the exit, which can easily spin up the tires and make sure that you have a very strong appointment with the wall. Car number 98 we're riding on board with at the moment just to see what a lap is like around here. This is Aiden Ford in 18th place, and it looks like a nice clean run for him through turns 1 and 2. He was very aggressive across the curb at turn 2, and then you get on the brakes as late as you can for this tight right, which is a little bit faster than it looks, and well, you'd definitely be hoping that your rivals do that over the course of a lap. But this is the staircase, Dan, that you've come to dub it. You've got to be careful not to hit the curb too hard there in that left-hander, because that can very easily spin the car as well.
Yeah, we saw that and saw that in front of us. And interesting you say, I swear I heard someone else say it somewhere along the way, but it feels about right. Turn 4 onwards, you go right, you go left, you go right again at 6 to bring you onto the back straight away. And it's this 90-degree sequence of corners. That there's going to be the big one to watch out over the course of the evening as well. That gradual left-hand kink, which becomes your braking zone in turn 7, which we saw, and especially in cars like these with no ABS, getting your braking marker right there can be easily a very fine line between on your marks at the limit and blowing past them, locking up and running deep, and having to use what basically the only runoff on the circuit is at turn 7 as well as turn 3, given that they're the 2 high-speed section of the track. And whilst we've been talking, Ford here already out and around past turn 13. Little breeze there to count as turn 14 to bring it across the line to end the lap, and then settle in for turn 1 as he moves up to 14th in these warm-up times. So that will be a 1:29.6 there on that lap that he's just put down on the board as we approach 5 minutes remaining here in the warm-up session before we will get this race underway here, Reese.
Yep, oh dear. Got to take it easy out of turn 2 always. The wall comes right up to meet you and the track falls away over that bumpy crest. It's so easy to get wrong in these cars. In terms of lap times, well, Bruce Tannock is the pace setter at the moment. 1 minute 28.8 is his quickest, and it seems that no one's been able to get within 2/10 of that. Zach Rattray White is the next car on a 129.1, and you have to go all the way back to P24, Matty Mascord, to get a driver outside the 1 minute 29 bracket. So as always, time's incredibly close around here.
Yeah, shortish track, technical nature. It does mean that the margins at the very front of the field are going to be quite slight indeed. And, well, if you can hit your mark, well, the best lap around here is often right up, well, is going to be right up against the concrete walls, but going to have to make sure you leave just a fraction there as well. As we watch here, a couple of one of the Platinum Racing guys. I'm going to switch over to Geordie Sinai, joining the series for 2023 this weekend. Reese, as he winds on up to the end of the back straightaway there, and that's there as well. It's going to be a fun section to watch because, again, you want to lean on the car, but you also get it back to the right-hand side of the road, set up here for the start of the fountain section, and then swing through, as you said, this triple left-handed. He's constantly leaning on. You see that how much steering lock he's putting. Actually, probably a little too quick, I think. Perhaps was pushing as hard as he could, and then don't compromise your run there out of turn 11 to set up for these last right-handers.
Yeah, Geordie Sinny's certainly been a bit of a dark horse in V8 SCOPS over the last few years. Hasn't entered as many races as some, but every time he's been in there, he's certainly done a couple of spectacular things. So we'll see how he goes here in his first race back in the series in a while, with P2 on the timing sheets already. That is pretty fantastic. Joins Bruce Tannock in the 1 minute 28s. Justin Wallace as well. Well, we haven't seen him in Split 2 in a while, so evidently this circuit not quite gelling with him like others have this season. We usually see him in around the midfield to bottom half of the field in Split 1. Will he be able to get that golden ticket? Because the Split 2 winner gets to race in Split 1 later on in the night, if they so desire. Oh dear. Well, that's a good opportunity to practice a pit stop.
Yeah, that pit entry is deceptively easy to get wrong, given that you just usually you won't say, oh, you just flicked to the right there off the racing line and in you come. But for the drivers who stay out to the left side of the circuit, that means that you could suddenly slam on the anchors, right, especially got someone up close to you as well. You have to be mindful of that, of course. And then, just like every other part of this track, it's concrete. It's not smooth. It has a couple of bumps in it. And that means that if you're not careful, you will end up locking your fronts and overshooting the pit cones. And that's the very last thing you're going to want when you slow down to pit speed limit here at Belle Isle.
Yeah, pit exit is a bit of a point of contention as well, because you actually got to make a very tight right-hand turn on the way out. There's those green cones at the bottom of your screen that denote that pit exit. These cars, being as powerful as they are, and with a spool differential that gives you equal power to both rear wheels at all times, if you spin up the tires, it's going to be difficult to recover them. You want to try and get the fastest exit possible, but you're coming past that pit limiter line in first gear and getting straight on the throttle as you're turning like that. It's you might end up putting on a bit of a donut show at the pit exit. So it's all about striking that balance, making sure that you get the optimum exit without losing too much time and potentially burning up your rears with too much wheel spin. Yeah,
and the way we've sort of, thinking about tyres and such is the way we drive said that if you can minimise the wheel spin at the start of the stint, get to the point where the tyres will sort of plateau and stabilise for the most part, although they will lose potentially up to a second a lap compared to peak pace. That'll be hopefully nice and steady. But yeah, if you start overworking the tyres, that'll send them to no man's land. As Bruce Tannock there actually opts to a bit of an alternate. Actually going to practice parking it up at the runoff there, the shortcut between turns 7 and 11. Hopefully won't need to see that too often, but in a sense, that's a way we might be needed to avoid a safety car later on in the race. I guess we'll have to see what happens. Of course, as Ben Falk, showing you there, go to the right, try and straighten your entry into the braking zone is, of course, the textbook part of the racing line here, especially in a car that is going to struggle if you try and introduce a bit too much cornering under the brakes. That will do us for the warm-up race, and it means we can now head to the grid for Super Split 2 here at Belle Isle to get our evening underway.
Absolutely, and the car that we focused on in the practice session for a short time, Justin Wallace, is going to start on pole position alongside the Banter Line car of Andrew Ritchie. Then we have Geordie Sinney starting P3 alongside Wade Sheedy. Then we've got David Coleman for Fishy Motorsports starting alongside Justin McLean on the third row of the grid. And shortly after them, we have Ben Faulkner and Jay Brazier in one of the first Mustangs of the field. Then we have Simon Chadwick for 9.5 starting alongside the quality control car of Rattray White to round out the top 10.
Sebastian Tixier is going to start this race out of 11th place and sharing that 6th row with Joe Mahoney there in the number 36 for Race On Oz. P13 in the hands of Jai Schultz, number 19 LCR Esports machine. Going to start alongside Oliver Pattinson for Vermilion Motorsports there in the 026 and 14th. Matty Mascord and Aaron Gilbert sharing row number 8 here tonight in the 585 and 203 cars respectively. P17 for Damien Cairns in the, well, that actually should be his new paint job for Accelerant Sim Racing after Type N Esports dissolution earlier this year. Bruce Tannock, after a strong warm-up result, is going to be alongside him there in 18th place. And your top 20 rounded out by Aidan Ford and Tim Mulford there for Platinum Racing and Phoenix Racing Team.
Yep, it's another 9.5 Sim Sports car and Simon Mazzomo that starts along Byron Pierce on the 11th row of the grid. Then we have Jason Fewens and Stephen Kennedy starting alongside each other, 23rd and 24th. Dave Douglas is going to start alongside Stead Miller in the Autobahn Excalibur Commodore. And then we have Chris Miller starting alongside V8SCOPS Supports Administrator Henry King, who's having a run in the main game tonight, potentially. We'll have to wait and see. Justin Pennefather starting alongside Simon Vella to round out the top 30.
Number 31 is going to go to the hands of Riley Curtis. Next of our A1 Sim Sports cars, and the second of the of the Banter Alliance cars in the hands of Roy Clark there for 32nd position. Row number 17, Stephen Banks out of 33rd there in the Pacific Esports colours. New team colours for him somewhat, although we did see it out last round. Old team there, Century Motorsports, still in the hands of Robbie Bradbury there for 34th. Richard Mayer in 35th place as Lindsay Hobbs alongside in 36th there. Your final drivers being Zach Vlasbom there for Alpha Venturi Racing, Steve Vella, and the next of our Phoenix Racing Team cars here in Super Split 2, and Brendan Murdoch in the number 748 will be on the final row by himself. And then our Porsche Cayman 718 GT4 safety cars standing by should we need them out on track to clear an incident. Timer just about hit 0 here, Reese, and it's time for the reps to rise here at Detroit.
Absolutely, and some big Detroit thunder in these V8 engines spools up as we go green, and that's already a problem there for Andrew Ritchie. Big wheel spin off the front row. He falls back into 5th spot as they come into turn 1 for the first time. Wallace enjoys a good lead over Sinney, and then it's Coleman and Sheedy side by side. Coleman with a pretty good start there, already up 2 places, but Sheedy's going to try and fight him here as the rest of the field try to make their way through turns 1 and 2 cleanly. Bit of a crush there as Sheedy still tries up the inside of Coleman. Ritchie manages to defend as Jay Brazier gets turned around, and that puts Ben Faulkner into the wall with him. Already problems coming out of turn 2, but the field looks like they're going to avoid them.
As everyone's going to make sure they avoid him. I think I saw one of the Banner Alliance cars, Fewens there perhaps, getting entangled as the drivers had to suddenly skew right to avoid. Brazier still sideways across the circuit on the preferred line there on the exit of turn 3. We didn't quite get through turns 1 and 2 cleanly, unfortunately. Had a couple of drivers getting entangled as they actually compressed sort of 3 into 2 on the apex of turn 1, plus an additional spin, I think half spin I should say, for Sebastian Tixier, but they've carried on, and for the most part, drivers still punched up together. Only a couple of drivers like Brazier really down the back and on his lonesome here as You see the back of the field wind their way into the fountain. The leading drivers wind their way out as Wallace to the front of the field ahead of Sydney there. I just see a little bit of check up further on back in and around the 20s, exiting turn 11. But there you go, top 4 breaking away somewhat here, but top 2 in particular, they've got some clear air to their own races. They end lap number 1 of 27.
Yeah, nice clean start for Wallace, Cine, Coleman and Sheedy there. They are a long way ahead of Andrew Ritchie. Over the first lap, it looks like the biggest losers in terms of position have been Justin McLean and Jay Brazier. They are both at the very back. Joe Mahoney also not having a very good start there. Mahoney ended up starting in 12th, but is now down in 27th. He has had an awful first lap as things stand. And we already see one of the Commodores there missing its rear wing. So not everyone has escaped from the first lap unscathed. We'll see what Jason Fewens can do here in his pursuit of Simon Mazzomo in the 9.5 Mustang for 18th spot. Just up ahead of them there. Looks like it's Stead Miller who is missing his rear wing. I did see that Damien Cairns is trying his best to hold on to that. Just ahead, but Wade Sheedy now looks like is ahead of David Coleman. He's ended up making the move there, and maybe we'll get a replay of that at some point to see how it was done, because passing is not easy here at this circuit. Nice battle going on ahead of Cairns. It looks like Oliver Patterson trying to keep Bruce Tannock behind him. Another car who is missing his rear wing.
Yeah, quite a bit of quite a lot of rear wings. Just heard Zach Vlasbaum get on the radio. He's had a bit of side-on contact with 36 of Mahoney at the end of the back straight. Oh, yep. So a little moment there, which saw Mahoney take the spot with the help of some panel rubbing and curb hopping at turn 7. But I think apart from that, they've gotten away for the most part, as we're focusing here on Damien Cairns in those new Accelerate Sim Racing colours for the number 14. As he's being chased on down there by Stead Miller. But back to lap 1 here we'll go, because this is what happened to Joe Mahoney here, Reese. You can see, on top of that, Sebastian Tixay in front goes around by himself. But yeah, we just had a 3-1 crush there with Oliver Pattinson up the inside with a good start on the apex, then just gets squeezed by Mahoney in the middle. I didn't quite catch there who the third car was on the outside. Plus, it looked like another spin for another car independent of that behind us. Also, 3 cars all looping at turn 1, which completely caught the mid-pack out. And then that pretty much set things up. Yeah,
well, that was not the only incident we had on lap 1, but certainly one of the most significant there, with Mahoney now on the back foot. We've had 3 cars take to the pit lane. Chris Miller with a proper scheduled stop right at the start of the opening of the pit window. Unfortunately, Matty Mascord in there for a minute or so. 52.3 seconds stop time. Evidently a lot of damage getting repaired for the 585 car. Brendan Murdoch also pulling in there, the driver who started in last position. Looks like he's had a lot of damage to repair as well. Real shame for those two. But we'll see what Chris Miller is able to do, being the first driver to take a proper scheduled pit stop. At the end of lap 3, we have Stephen Kennedy also coming into the pit lane, bringing in the 555. It looks like Justin McLean is following him in there. McLean, one of the drivers who lost bulk positions on the opening lap, and you can see how much damage that 662 has.
Yeah, that will probably be hurting him a fair bit, unfortunately, given that even though the cars don't have a huge amount of aero, they are sensitive to the bodywork damage that they can pick up. Even around a circuit like this, you will feel it down the straights a little bit. Whilst we were talking and looking at other cars, Reese, Race Control did indeed order a redress for Zach Vlasbaum and Joe Mahoney. So the 57 is back in front of the 36, and that is down in the battle for 23rd position. Here's actually bringing up on screen now. You can see here Mahoney, bad run off turn 7. He's at 6, sorry. He's going to come under pressure from Henry King there in the 429 as they come down the max stretch. King's been given the inside for the braking zone, but not able to get there before they all straighten things up. But Mahoney a little vulnerable there off the corner exit. Just checks this group up here now with Simon Vella up behind King. Although once again, good drive for King in the slower stuff it seems. Versus Mahoney, he's going to look, but no, can't get up the inside for turn 11. But can potentially again there, Reese, just compromise the exit for the 36 in just making him drive a little off the normal line.
Indeed, we ride on board with the 19 of Jai Schultz in 9th spot. He's chasing down Sebastian Tixier in the Platinum Racing Mustang up ahead, and again demonstrating his very unorthodox steering position as he's lost the rear end there coming into turn 3. Doesn't seem all that phased by it, but goodness me, that was a hefty clobber to the tire to the tire bundle, and he has lost some bulk time there. He's now under threat from Bruce Tannock, as just behind them the battle is still on between Oliver Patterson and Benjamin Faulkner. We see Aaron Gilbert in there behind them too. Gilbert has lost his front bumper, so there's been evidently some very heavy contact there for the championship leader of the V8 support category, racing there in position number 13.
We go up the inside.
Dear. Don't often see big passes being made there at turn 7, but Ben Faulkner pulling it off, and Oliver Patterson giving him a good amount of room in the braking zone to get that done.
Yeah, I think that's also a heads-up case of driving from Patterson there. Looking to, even though it's a 27-lap race, which only is a 100k sprint around here, give or take, he's willing to play a slightly longer game tonight, and he'll just let the 042 go for now, and not put himself in a position where he's under threat from potentially a move doesn't quite work out. Speaking of drivers going to the pits, there goes Joe Schultz to be the next one down to the lane for the number 19 machine to hopefully just be an in-and-out stop for him and not worry about car damage as he passes by a car there. Still in the pits, unfortunately, is Brendan Murdoch, who only completed 2 laps in this race before coming in and staying in so far. Still fighting here for 14th in the meantime is Damien Cairns trying to fend off Stead Miller. But they're part of this really long train, effectively. You can see it starts all the way up with Faulkner there in the 042 machine. Goes back to Stead Miller there and the small gap to Mazzomo. But these things ebbing and flowing here at this point in time. And see here, Stead goes. No rear wing, and it has turned his Commodore into more of a cruise. But as you see it, still hanging on pretty nicely as Cairns gets awfully close there to the wall with his left rear off the exit of turn 6.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, this is a circuit.
Lindsay hops around.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Down in 31st now, and that looks like the run to turn 6 that's happened at. Of course, he is somewhat off the racing line, maybe half crossing onto it, but he's going to have to wait for the field to go by before he gets going again, and he does. No call to race control, no safety car. How did it happen for him? Well, looks like he just spun up the rears a little bit and threw that compression out of turn 5. The rear just went on him. Very easy thing to do in these cars at this circuit. But Justin Wallace, those problems are the last thing on his mind, because he is enjoying a lovely 3.2-second lead over Geordie Sinney. Wade Sheedy looks like he's starting to chase him down here. Ever since Sheedy dispatched Coleman, looks like his pace has been consistent and actually quite quick. He took 5/10 out of Sinney on the last lap.
Sure did, yeah. Only bested by Wallace in the lead. David Coleman had actually a personal best on the last time round on a 29.7 versus 130.1 for Sheedy. And then half a second to Sinney is a 130.6 to spell that one out for you there as we focus on Zach Rattray-White and that Quality Control Racing Commodore. Nice and straight shot into turn 7 there. Being chased down, though, by both Simon Chadwick and then ever so slightly further back there, Sebastian Tixier with his Ford Mustang. Meanwhile, Mahoney and Vlasov are going at it again all the way back down in 22nd, 23rd.
Ooh,
and absolutely checking each other up at turn 6. You've then got Simon Vella there in the Pacific Esports Racing car having a go at it. Issue there for Damien Cairns at turn 7. As, Vlasov's in deep, Mahoney's in deep, but they got to pull it up. Just Reese. The whole group then checks, thankfully. No one ends up running into the back of someone else.
All right, well, we'll get a view of what happened here to the 14. Just a little bit too deep and collects the tyre bundle. Looks like Miller actually tagged him as well. That's unfortunate, but seems he's escaped without too much damage, in addition to the various damage he's already had, as all of those drivers involved now go into the lane. That was an aggressive entry there from Miller.
Well, aggressive, but valid. And so made up some good time there on the 2 cars ahead of him there of Justin Pennefather, and that'll have also been Damien Cairns. Henry King has joined them in the pit lane as well from further on back in the 429 machine. And that finally will allow that group, hopefully, to calm down a fraction, because that was getting certainly a little bit heated. Back towards the front of the field, there's second, third, fourth in a row here. Coleman in that P4 position currently, and all circulating now in either a high 29 or a low 130. So times at the front of the field pretty steady. So I expect to see these gaps. Oh, no, let's say neutralized, but Roy Clark and Jai Schultz trouble at turn 3.
Yeah, that's the rear view from Roy Clark. You can see how difficult it would be to reverse back onto the racing line there. Waits for Schultz to get going, and then off he goes himself in a nice little gap. But looks like that might have just been a pass gone wrong, or maybe he did it all on his own. He did go too deep and spun into the tyre bundle, and then in will come Schultz, and evidently not much time to react to that. He'd already committed to the corner by the time he realised what was going on.
Yeah, and in a car like this, you can't afford to have that kind of moment. Robbie Bradbury there, the next to Pacific Esports Racing Machines. Unfortunately, he's gone around exit of turn number 8 here in the fountain section. This is going to mean everyone has to check up big time and pull hard left. And then, thankfully, just when the next couple of cars are coming through, there's enough time to get out of the way there. We'll see here, unfortunately, another driver. Okay, so curb as well as compression in the rear end there does send the 30 around. And so he was offline, but then had to try and start backing it up. And unfortunately had to stop his 3-point recovery maneuver there, thanks to a pack of traffic oncoming as we go back to the live pitches and focus in here on the man in P3, the 03 of Wade Sheedy, who's looking a little close to Geordie Cini on that last lap. And the answer would be because he pulled about 2/10 on Cini, but fastest driver of the top 4 was David Coleman on that last one, doing a 130.0, plays a 130.1 and a 130.3 for the 2 cars ahead in their order, respectively. There, Reese, is our first in order from race controllers come through here. Looks like it's Manny Mascord, 10-second pit time penalty, and that he'll have to serve at his stop there.
Yeah, well, actually, no, that's Jay Brazier in the 057 that's been given that penalty.
I'm reading the very first one.
Yeah, Matty Mascord, he's been in the pits for a while now, a minute and a half in the lane. He came in for yet another visit to pit lane, and I think Mascord might have retired from the race. Stead Miller has still not re-emerged from the pit lane either, coming up on 3 minutes in the lane. As we check out, that's what the penalty's for Jay Brazier, just getting into the rear end of, I think that's...
Steve Vella, I think.
Yeah.
005.
Yeah, so... that was just a hefty whack to the rear bumper, and that would be a slam dunk penalty in just about any racing series. Well, the front of the field is still continuing on, but it looks like Cini is under proper threat here from Sheedy, and every time they go through turn 7, I see that Cini isn't quite hooking up the apex. We also see the 957 of Simon Chadwick trying to hold off now Zach Rattray White, who has just made his way past and up into P6. It's been a good run for Simon Chadwick so far. Started in 9th and it's been gradually making up places over the course of this event. But it seems like having dispatched Rattray White, he's all done with that for now and can focus on eyes forward as to when they decide to come into the lane. Here we are, the battle for second. Sheedy closing in on Cini, but then Coleman closing in on them both. This is looking like a very entertaining battle, and we can probably see or infer from this that Cini's potentially burnt up his tyres early and is starting to struggle for pace now. Coleman, I think, focusing on saving tyres in those early stages, and that's now paying off for him.
It must be, because he pulled 6/10, nearly 7 on Cini on that last lane. I'm almost wondering, is Coleman's concern here that he doesn't have a comfortable gap to slot into? Because I would have thought maybe on that last lap even he bails into the pit lane, gets the stop done, which would tell us to me that whilst unfortunately I can't quite see exactly what the pit delta needs to be for him here to get in and get out in clean air, that wherever he would come out probably sits him in a bit too much traffic, as Rattray White and Chadwick going at it again after the 957 already got through for the spot. Here we go. Up the inside at turn 7 under the brakes here, and it's in deep, but it's in good enough for Rattray White. He'll take that spot back, and Tixier now gets a chance to close up on the 957 and maybe set up his own run for that 7th position spot there, Reese.
Yeah, it's been a good race for TTA so far. Started outside the top 10, now looking at a potential mid-top 10 finish if things go his way. But again, it's going to be a case of, do you have the gap that you need to come into the pits and not come out getting slowed up by traffic? Well, there's our answer. Evidently, Sebastian TCA does. Into the pits he comes, along with Bruce Tannock in car 123. Maybe he'll get that rear wing back now.
Yeah, we'll see. I guess it's a game of big trouble at the end of the turn at the back straight. Chris Miller's gone around in the 666, and I think there might have been another car involved in some fashion, but looks like the only car that's stopped there is the 666. So, see here what's going to happen there. Miller is going to get going and go, so we will stay green here, but wow, didn't quite catch what caused that one. So we'll see here. Oh, Stephen Kenny, who just jumped on the radio, I think, to say sorry. And oh dear.
Oh, wow, all right.
That's reminiscent of some kind of issue there.
You don't usually see people flying into turn 7 like that. Maybe his brake pedal had a bit of a whoopsie. We'll have to see about that. It looks like Stephen Kennedy's actually escaped back to the lane, and in fact, given the way he disappeared off the circuit, might have hit the old Alt F4 combination when he realized what was going wrong. Unfortunately, it didn't help Chris Miller much.
No, by that point, unfortunately, it was too late. I mean, I did hear him get on the radio after it happened, so yeah, an odd combination of possibilities there, but there's another car off. Was that Tixi? No, Byron Pierce, one of other new drivers to the series, first time registered and qualified this week. And Reese, now another of the Platinum Racing cars. And this is a bad spot to be in. Thankfully, he can pull forward there and get on his way. So that means he doesn't have to try and back it up into the traffic there. As Chadwick and Rattray White both in the pit lane. Right, so those two will go at it again once they're out. Oh, there's Mulford into the pits there. Thankfully, he's hitting his marks. Just this camera angle, maybe I think he got a spot there where he hasn't quite got it right, as the 15 will beat the 957 off the pit lane, which checks out because they're about the same stop time and come back out the way they came in. That puts them back, effective leaders of the race, although that will obviously hand its way to our leaders eventually. But they're now in 10th and 11th on the road, for what it's worth. As Vlasbom jumping on the radio again. Another issue for the 57, potentially. Let's have a look at that real quickly before I report on that more.
Well, regardless, it seems that Justin Wallace has this race well in his control. These last couple of turns now, we would expect drivers to be coming into the pits around this time to split the race in two, but it seems Justin Wallace is comfortable with going long. What about the drivers behind him? Looks like Cine, Sheedy and Coleman also continuing along here, but Andrew Ritchie coming in from P5. This is the onboard from Zach Vlasblom as they come into the pits. Oh my goodness. All right, a little bit of a bump on the way in there. Get the feeling that that's the 383, or is it 393? Simon Vella, who ended up catching him there on pit entry. As there goes Wade Sheedy versus Geordie Cine, and they get into the wall, unfortunately. Cine trying desperately to defend second place, but Sheedy manages to get through, albeit with a bit of damage. Change for second on the road, and now Coleman smells blood because it looks like both of those cars have a bit of damage now.
They are both damaged, that's for sure. As Coleman can look to the outside, I should say, for turn 7 here. Try and go for a late entry on the brakes. He's not going to be able to make it work here. Surely Coleman is going to be thinking about getting a pit stop done now. As Sheedy a little loose there on the exit of the turn. Might have gotten a little, definitely scuffed up and possibly a little bit of extra damage to the boot as well from that one here. We'll see if that hurts his pace. But I'm surprised that we don't see these guys come into the pits yet. Okay, maybe not much of a gap. I'm trying to think where they might pop out. If you've got guys like, we've actually got guys like leading to...
Oh, no!
Trouble there. Mahoney.
Yeah, involved in a hefty three-way battle with Rattray White and Chadwick as well. And that was for positions just inside the top 10. Well, the top 4 have all made their way past the pits, and looks like David Coleman will finally be getting in on this fight. That's lap traffic behind them there. Not going to be worrying about them too much as Coleman is unsuccessful in getting past Cine. You see how much of an advantage Sheedy gained from that. So now the question is for David Coleman, does he just bite the bullet and get into the pits? Well, here's how the pass for second happened, or how the very messy battle for second happened. Looked like Cine just didn't get a very good exit out of turn 2, and Sheedy decided to take advantage, but he was on the outside for turn 3. Was a bit better on the brakes, but Cine was very assertive in defending his position. And of course, then you get to the staircase, which, with these walls on the outside, very easy to come together and get into the wall. That's hefty damage then for Sheedy on his front left. We'll have to wait and see how much that affects his pace going forward, even if he ends up getting fresh tyres.
Yeah. All it does, though, is just give Justin Wallace a free kick here to go as long as he wants. I suspect he'll happily stay out and keep the track position of circulating out in front. That is one thing that we were told about, and one thing we can say from watch the way the track is laid out. You do want to be out here in clean air as long as you can. As the driver who is going to choose to come to the pit lane will indeed be Wade Sheedy. So now to see if he'll be able to get away with just doing his tyres as required and then get straight down off the jack, as Coleman's second attempt to now go around the outside of Geordie Cine. He's going to have to either try and switch it over or just go deep under brakes this time. Pinch Cine to the apex there at 3, and little wiggle there seals the deal.
Lovely.
640 gets his way around the outside and through.
Yeah, nicely done there from David Coleman. And, the 555 has been given a drive-through penalty. That's Stephen Kennedy. That was for contact made earlier. I'm looking at Wade Sheedy's onboard to see what the extent of the damage is. Looks like he does have a tiny bit of left hand down, only a degree or so. So the car is damaged, but evidently not enough to justify taking repairs.
And I mean, yeah, it's a short sprint race. If it's close enough to be manageable, you just got to go with that and manage it. That's what I would have to say in my mind as well. As Chadwick has gotten back by Rattray White over the course of their period on fresh tyres there. Lindsay Hobbs letting them by. Unfortunately for Hobbs, it's been certainly a day of woes because he had a spin at turn 3. And okay, Justin Wallace going to finally say goodbye to his tyres. So this should see him pop out in, well, plenty of clear air relative to lead lap drivers. Just trying to see where he should come out, probably in behind the number 21, if I'm seeing this right, which is actually down a lap. This is the big trouble, is it's not just lead lap cars, it's traffic too, and he has found a beautiful spot to come out and hustle on. There goes Sheedy by in effective second now. It is just Coleman and Cine who owe us a pit stop here, Reese. And I'm a little concerned here, really, because these next lap, well, one lap now already on the board for Sheedy on fresh tyres. He's going to get a second lap on the board here with fresh tyres, and no sign of response from Coleman or Cine yet. And that's just going to put them in should put them in behind. The overcuts in these cars are often not working, given the advantage you get from cold, fresh rubber, especially on the rear end of these things.
Yeah, I suppose Justin Wallace didn't have to worry about that because he was already so far in the lead, but this battle for second will definitely be defined by the undercut that Wade Sheedy now has. Coleman and Cine will just be bleeding time at this point. So I would suggest that they have to come in now, as that's a problem for the number 98 of Aidan Ford. We rode on board with him in the warm-up session, and evidently he has found the runoff area, potentially turn 3. This is a nice fight that's going on.
He's just rejoined the circuit now. Battling is still going on as the field stretches out. Unfortunately for Zach Glassbaum, he's had a bit of a rough one on this particular lap. The car was all kinds of squirrely and loose, putting some power down through the fountain, which got him a bit strangled. He isn't actually racing Stead Miller there. Unfortunately, Stead who has gotten back out in the circuit, is 2 laps down on the leaders, and only just 2 laps down on these guys here. So it's Chris Miller in behind the 666, who's got Joe Mahoney for company that Vlasbom is racing. But he's trying to hang on to Riley Curtis and Damien Cairns ahead of him as well. So it is indeed a 5-car battle pack plus 1. Coleman is carrying on. So is Cine, though. But he's being absolutely dropped. And critically, as I was suggesting to there, Reese, that undercut is most certainly working in Sheedy's favour there.
Yeah, so I think he's going to come out with potentially a second's gap over David Coleman, depending on how the pit stop goes here for David. We compare Cine and Sheedy. Well, it's even worse, unfortunately. They were very well matched on their fastest laps, but 9/10 lost on the last lap for Geordie Cine. They're going to have to come in at this point, and Cine's car is looking very wayward. Well, Coleman stays out of the pits. What does Cine do? Does he stay out as well? He does. This is very bizarre from these two. They're just hurting themselves at this point, I think.
It feels like it, yeah. Sure, you get your fresh tyres later on in this race, as we actually see on the timing tower between Andrew Ritchie and Wade Sheedy. Now that's actually interesting because Ritchie's been out there while she was at yeah. Where did that happen? Because
Sheedy's damage is worse now. He's actually missing his bonnet, and we've got it. Wade Sheedy, on the run up to turn 12, lost the rear on the way in, combined with braking a bit too late. That's heavy contact. So, in the light of that, Coleman and Cine might be safe after all.
Oh, would you look at that there? A little bit of a twist to turn things around there, and yeah, just a case of driver error when didn't really feel like that was something he needed to be worrying about in the case of things. As we go on board back with live pictures, Simon Zomo and Justin Pennefather fighting over 14th place. Zomo will look inside, but not going to commit to a lunge. Will try and just threaten and then set up a better exit off 3. Uses more of the exit curve, that's for sure. But not enough to make anything through here. Really comes down to an accident at this point. As these guys wind their way up through turns 4 and 5, and Zomo right up against the wall there, entering turn 6, getting a little closer to the apex as well. Cine to the pit lane finally there, Reese. We'll see exactly where he comes out in relation to Sheedy, who, yeah, has dropped about a second on Andrew Ritchie, but he's staying roughly steady though. So this is going to be, I think, a little close, or should be fairly close here, out of the pits. As no matter Sheedy has blown past the number 69 of Cine, and in fact, look at that there. Oh dear me! Actually, hang on. Oh, Cine's in the pits, and error on pit entry.
Oh, he sped on the way in. He's gotten a black flag, and that is a brutal penalty. He's going to have to hold for something like 40 seconds there. So he's completely out of the battle for the top 3 now. That basically brings Andrew Ritchie into effective third, maybe second, depending again on how the pit stop goes for David Coleman, who's still out there at the moment. Cine still stopped, and this is brutal, absolutely brutal for Cine. He's going to fall outside the top 20.
Oh boy. Finishes now at 51 seconds hold, as Ritchie's in quick there to turn 7, but does get it pulled up. Crucially though, looking at lap times, Coleman faster than Ritchie, but slower than Sheedy. Doesn't matter though, because in he comes to finally relinquish the race lead here. So this is going to be critical, as Ritchie being quick enough here at the front of this group to make sure that he doesn't hold up Sheedy. You also got Chadwick and Rattray White in that one there, so it could easily be a 5-way scrap here for second place once it all shakes out. Up on the jacks for Coleman, looking to come off the jacks here in a moment, and he is down and away. But there goes everyone. They fly by in turn 1. It's going to be a bit of a run down to turn 3 here.
Oh,
Coleman tries too hard.
Oh, and you know what? I noticed it as soon as he came out of the stall. He spun the wheels coming out of his pit box. That would already have put a lot of heat into the rear tires, and trying to corner hard and accelerate out of turn 2. Well, that would have just exacerbated it. He was on the non-grippy side of the racetrack there. David Coleman out of the battle for the top 3 as well. So now it's between Wade Sheedy and Andrew Ritchie for who finishes second. And Ritchie, visually, is the one with the advantage. He's got a clean car for the most part.
Yeah, but he just lost that spot, Reese, whilst we were worried about David Coleman. He was the one leading this pack of 4 round turns 1 and 2. So Sheedy aggressive and able to get the move done under brakes, presumably up there at turn 3. Crucially, Rattray White still could be in this one there in the number 15, but he's got now that gap that he has to suddenly work to close back up. He's going to have a look at it again on the replay here. Indeed, as you said,
the spin up.
Coleman aggressive, gets the foot down, lights the rears, and that's going to put paid to any efforts there. So gets out initially. Okay, there goes Ritchie. Here goes Sheedy, and then, yeah, that bump there through the middle of turn 2, and then Chadwick nowhere to go, rips the front end off. Rattray White almost runs up the back of Chadwick, trying to dodge runs up the back of Chadwick, trying to dodge Coleman. Thankfully, able to avoid that one there. And Ritchie into hot at 3.
Oh, that's what happened.
He avoids the wall, though, I think, Reese, and avoids the tyres, or maybe just kisses those. So, able to get away with that one there as to live pitches we go. And look at this, Chadwick now coming under pressure from Coleman, thanks to the damage he sustained, and the 640 will get back into P5, but that's going to be a painful one there. 21 car in the background isn't for position. Chadwick's case, thankfully, I've got a very large gap back to Aaron Gilbert next. Roy Clark, the first car, and the only car at the moment, 1 single lap down on the leaders there.
Yeah, indeed. It's been a tough one for Roy Clark, and, well, a tough one for many drivers out here as race control rules no further action on the incident between Coleman and Chadwick. And yeah, I think that's a fair decision. You'd call that a racing incident. Coleman just made a mistake and it happened in exactly the wrong spot. Exit of turn 2, you're already committing. The car's already pushing to the outside of the circuit. There was nothing that Chadwick could do to avoid that.
Yeah, so fair enough. Unfortunate mistake, yes, but hard racing. Yeah, you play on there. We'll see what can be done. Ben Faulkner around on the apex of turn 3. So trouble for him down at the corner. And now he's in a really awkward spot. He's off the track at least, but going to have to try and figure out something here as, yeah, Geordie Sinney trying to now race here with the 17 of Stephen Banks and the 98 of Aidan Ford. 20th place. What a case it could have been. We'll have to find out next time for driver from Sim Racing returning to V8SCOPS here at Belle Isle. As just going to now do the laps, bring it home, and hopefully finish at least here where he is. As Riley Kurtz, Damien Kanza, my timing going back and forth on the exit of turn 7. But first up, Reese, what happened to Faulkner here up the inside? Locks the rears.
That's a really painful thing to do, isn't it? You know, you're downshifting in these things, and it's really easy to lock the rear axle and spin it on your own. That would hurt.
Yeah, I mean, avoiding an incident, I would say a credit to him for possibly might have been Simon Vella in the 393 Pacific Esports Mustang, and he was avoiding a collision with, but yeah, all the same, in hot there and not able to quite get it pulled up. And yeah, looking around the rest of the field here, we do have a couple of battles to keep our eyes on, including such as Bruce Tannock here and Oliver Pattinson, plus Dave Douglas just at the back of shot too. 10th, 11th and 12th on the road. See if that closes up in the dying laps of this race. They've also got Tim Mulford's just not too far ahead either, so it could easily become a 4-way scrap for P number 9 if they close up in the final couple of laps. It is 4 to go when they get to the line next time by.
It is indeed. Well, at the moment, it's Justin Wallace's race to lose. He is out in front by 12 seconds over Wade Sheedy, and there's not much that anyone behind can do. And Wallace is just continuing to dispatch cars a lap down at Steve Vella and Justin McLean that had just been put behind our race leader there. Those guys battling over 32nd position at the moment. So, you know, again, it rings true in V8SCOPS. Doesn't matter where you are in the field, there is someone to race with. But we can keep our eyes now on this battle between Simon Mazzomo and Justin Pennefather. These two have been involved with each other a fair bit over the last few laps. especially since the pit stop cycle was completed. And Mizomo and Pennefather both looking to work their way up through this field, as it looks like Tim Mulford's just had an issue. That's at turn 4. He has ended up finding the tyre bundle. Doesn't look like much in the way of visual damage, but we'll have to wait and see just how big this incident was on the replay. He just lost the rear end coming into this corner, and that will be a hefty whack to the left rear. That might just be a bit of suspension damage there for Mulford.
If Friday's racing is anything to go by, he might get away with that by virtue of he found one of the few spots here that is tyre bundled rather than pure concrete there. As back to live pitches we go. 3 to go for these guys here as they cross the line to start lap number 25 of this race. And Sheedy still under pressure from Richie. Rattray White is there, but not quite. He might be having to worry about David Coleman, who, despite being hit broadside by Simon Chabek, looks to be on a charge. In fact, Chabek actually might be under threat of losing a spot to Aaron Gilbert there if he drops pace like that in the next 3 laps, because he's gone from being with this group of cars to dropping, a good 9 seconds back on the last lap for him. No, it must have been an issue somewhere else, surely, because he's in the high 31s. Well, 34 would be the lap where either 33 the lap after, 32.0. He's actually recovering some pace at the moment, but even so, if he's not careful, might be problematic at the closing stages.
Yeah. It's not
big trouble at turn 3. We've got 4 cars involved.
Oh no, that's Mizomo and Pennefather were involved in that. Jai Schultz as well. There's a lot more to this one than meets the eye. Actually, it looks like it was an attempt at a move by Mizomo on Pennefather and a huge lockup. And looks to me like Jai Schultz was just involved in that. Well, not directly anyway. Ended up losing the rear on his own. We should get another look at that, because it was quite the move from Simon Mizomo. It did not work out for him at all. This braking zone coming into turn 3, not the easiest, especially when you're all the way on the inside there, and once the front left is locked up, nothing you can do. Schultz just comes barreling in, and, well...
Jason Fewens there for a moment.
Yeah, Jason Fewens as well. That's a shame for Pennefather and Mizomo. They both started outside the top 20 and were solidly in the midfield at the time. Pennefather started in 29th and could have been on for a 13th place finish if that hadn't happened.
Yeah, definitely the big case of what if there. As Simon Vella slipped through as well by the looks of things on the timing tower. Speaking of slipping through, there goes David Coleman up into P number 4 ahead of Zach Rattray White. Lap and a half to go for these drivers here. And Richie got close there for a moment, but then goes on the attack there into turn 7. That's going to compromise the run slightly. So not long left for Sheedy. Looks like he might just have enough to hang on to this here, unless he gives Richie a chance to close right back up again. We'll see here what can be done in this final couple of corners. Your race leader, though, he's coming around to take that white flag from Barney here in a moment.
That he is. Justin Wallace now in the lead by 13 seconds. Going long, having that advantage for the lead when he came into the pits. He's just been able to plug away at these times. He holds the fastest lap of the race by a few tenths. As Riley Curtis, probably one of our final replays of the race, Curtis coming in here, and there was a battle ahead of him, but just too aggressive on the throttle out of turn 3, and that's a mechanical black flag that he has gathered from that one. Not many drivers have escaped this race without the dreaded meatball, but onto the back stretch now for Justin Wallace. It's been a magnificent drive here from the Race on Oz, number 13, who started on pole. This fight's still going on for second behind as well. In the midst of all of this, it's amazing. David Coleman actually still in contention for the podium here.
I think Rattray watched hit the wall on the exit of turn 6 and has lost the fight with that group. And yeah, you can see here Coleman. It's going to have to come right down at lap number, or turn 12, I'd say. That's his final chance. Maybe dive it up the inside here at turn 11 if he can swing wide, because Richie doesn't look to be in position to attack. Oh, trouble for Cine at turn 3. involved with Henry King by the looks of things as well. But while all of that trouble was happening on the circuit, Justin Wallace will make that one a dominant split-2 victory here at Belle Isle. 13 plus seconds clear. The battle for second should be in the hands of Wade Sheedy here as he will round the last couple of corners. Indeed, he will lead home this group. Richie will hang on ahead of Coleman to round out your podium there. Top 5 going to be finished by Rattray White, who unfortunately drops back. Simon Chadwick also looks like he's going to just hang on the head of Aaron Gould by a couple of seconds. And then the rest of our top 10 will flow on through. But, yeah, bit of drama and trouble all the way to the end of that one, it seems. But there's a reason that car won. A, good pace. 2, kept it out of the walls and therefore comes home looking pretty much pristine.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I can't fault Justin Wallace's drive at all. He executed the start perfectly, led every single lap when the field was in order, and executed his pit stop perfectly as well. It was a lovely pressure-free drive there from the number 13, and looks like rest of the field making their way across the line now.
Ooh.
Stephen Banks just catching it from Justin Pennefather at the end.
We've had a moment right across the start-finish line as Justin Pennefather ran out of fuel in the 46 machine. It's causing him to collect with Stephen Banks as Banks had fuel to go by and pass him. So that was a little bit dramatic to end that one off. We can maybe catch one final race. There you go. Pennefather already had a fuel race, and then we've actually was
ping pong.
Yeah, literally ping pong off the concrete. Banks gets through ahead to take that spot away though from Pennefather across the line.
Wow. All right. Well, wouldn't be a Belle Isle race without drama all the way through, even slightly post-race. Well, that's your gap in the end. Wallace by 12.9 over Wade Sheedy, and Andrew Ritchie completes the podium. Coleman was pressuring him, only 3/10 behind, finishing in 4th with Rattray White a further 5 seconds behind. Good gains for Rattray White. Started in 10th, with Chadwick making up 3 spots to finish in 6th despite the damage he gained. Same for Aaron Gilbert as well, getting into the top 10 from 16th despite missing his bumper for a good part of that race. Sebastian Tixier also gets into 8th spot from 11th. It's halved for Bruce Tannock from 18th to 9th, and Oliver Patterson, starting in 14th, will round out the top 10.
Nice result there indeed for Pattinson. P11 tonight goes to Dave Douglas, who climbs up another 14 spots of his own there tonight. Tim Mulford also picking up some positions to end in 12th position tonight. Jason Fewens up 10 to end in 13th. Plus 16, though, for Simon Vella. Might be one of our biggest movers of the night there to come home in 14th, although it's going to be beaten by Richard Mayer. 20 places gained for the 948 to finish in 15th spot ahead of Stephen Banks there in 16th, edging out Justin Pennefather with one of the more dramatic finishes across the line there, 17th for the 46. Aidan Ford, Geordie Sinney, and Damien Cairns will round out the 20, and, well, yeah, a case of what could have been indeed for that number 69 sim racing machine here tonight.
Yeah, finishing in 21st was Jai Schultz after a very dramatic race in the LCR number 19. Henry King comes home in 22nd spot. Jay Brazier, one of the cars starting in the top 10, had a very rough race down to 23rd. Vlasblom making up some good spots there despite a couple of crashes up into 24th, with Pierce, Mahoney, Miller, Faulkner, Mazzomo and Bradbury rounding out our top 30 cars and the cars that finished on the lead lap.
Indeed, it's a perfect switch over to see Riley Curtis here, our first car lap down, also the car in 31st place. Justin McLean brings it home behind him in 32nd, along with Steve Vella and Roy Clark to round out our 4 cars a lap down there. Stead Miller, the only car 2 laps down, unfortunately there in 35th place for him. And then I believe we get into our retirements when we're starting with Lindsay Hobbs, 9 laps short of the finish, classified 36th. Stephen Kennedy, 37th, will officially not be classified, being 17 laps down, and same for Brendan Murdoch and Matty Mascord. They will not be classified for those positions, not reaching required distance for points and the like. And well, that is going to bring us to the action of the opening third of the night, mind you. We've still got 2 split 1 races to come here at the Belle Isle circuit here in Detroit. 2023 V8SCOPS season 8th round of the year. We'll be here on SimSpeed TV continuing very shortly. We'll take a quick break though before we get into that qualifying and racing action from Split 1 here in just a couple of minutes' time.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
You're watching Speed TV on YouTube, Facebook, and Kick. It is round 8 of the V8SCOPS season for 2023. Some of the best V8 Sim community drivers on the iRacing service competing for the year-long crown. We are only halfway through the season now. Here at the Detroit Grand Prix at Belle Isle. Brilliant street circuit that always offers up some hefty action and quite a bit of spice as well. Going to be putting a bit of chili on our Detroit style pizza here. I'm Reese Gardner. Dan Yeaman alongside me in production, handled by Jay Kennedy behind the scenes. Split 2, Dan, that was quite a chaotic race, but it showed more than anything, it's incredibly important to get your strategy right.
It was indeed, and we get to see that another 2 times here this evening. We'll talk more about the format coming our way for Split 1 in a little bit. But yeah, it really showed the importance of track position in many respects. The undercut is going to be valuable, and I'd almost argue in this race, hotter temperatures, it'll probably be more valuable. But if you're going to go for the undercut, you've got to know exactly where you're coming at, and you've got to make sure you've got a gap to work into as well. Have a look here at the circuit once again from the Google Earth top-down view.
Yep, the western end of Belle Isle in the Detroit River, and well, a couple of layouts have been used for this circuit over the years. The one that makes a little bit of a chicane that comes out around turn 5 is the other layout that's been used for racing. The original proposal actually included that road that goes off to the relative right after turn 2. So a couple of ideas for how this circuit ran, but this longer, slightly more simple layout has definitely proven better for racing. Nice overtaking opportunity into the 3rd turn. But of course, as we saw in Split 2, Dan, these cars being difficult to slow down at the best of times, often locking the rear axle can bite you around here.
Lock the rear axle on the brakes when the car doesn't get downshifted into position. block the fronts by going in just a bit too fast and trying to pull it up aggressively. Alternatively, well, actually, that's the main two problems with brakes. You either lock the fronts because you're in too deep, or you lock the rears, which you also because you're in too deep, but causes a bit of a different result. Yeah, you're not wrong. It could be interesting. Also, actually looking back again at the history of Belle Isle as well, and funnily enough, they sort of flip-flopped between the two possible the two configurations that they did end up using. Originally started out with that sort of curvy, chicaned opening sector. They're using that road there that links up near turn 5 and cuts in about a third of the way down the straight between turns 2 and 3. But there was a period at around from 1998 to 2001, according to the source I'm using, where they actually went to this current layout before switching back when they returned in 2007, and then finally switched back again in 2013 to the final configuration as we see here.
Indeed. But aside from a tightening of what is now turn 7, the rest of the circuit has remained exactly the same all throughout its existence. These are the championship standings going into this round, of course, not counting drop rounds yet. Rehan Leonage is the one leading the way, with Robbie Gibbs in second and Andrew Gilliam not that far behind. And it looks like a very close fight for the top 3, and we can't count out Mike Taliancic either. Looks like a race between the top 4 right now, but a good race for the likes of the Synergy drivers of Brenton Hobson and James Scott could certainly bring them into contention as well.
Yeah, 450 points per night are up for grabs here in Split 1 if you can take a sweep. In this case, it'd be a sweep of both races. So yeah, even though the margin is almost 100 points at the top of the order and the gaps in behind it are pretty slim, certainly could go anyway. And yeah, when those drop rounds kick in and start being calculated later on, that will definitely mix things up a bit. But I think based on pace that we've seen so far this year, top 4 plus James Scott there in 7th would be the 5 drivers to keep an eye on. There would be Griffin Garner in the championship calculation as well, but unfortunately has missed a few too many, it would seem, to really be in it at this stage, and we'll have to be banking on strong results late in the season with minimal drop rounds used after that. In fact, I'm just going to quickly go open up the full standing sheet and find that Griffin is sitting in 11th, which is actually just outside the 10. How about that one there? As we have a look here at what is coming our way for Split 1 action, Reese, 2 races, each of them 27 laps long, and they will both have a compulsory pit stop, just like Split 2 here. So we are 1/3 of the way through almost perfectly. The only thing left to add in is setting the grid for that opening race here for Split 1.
Yeah, of course. Split 2 has its grid decided by pre-qualifying results, but here in Split 1, that does not count. So we won't be looking too hard at the pre-qualifying times other than to get a general idea of who's the quickest over one lap. Well, James Scott currently leading the practice session times. He was 4th in pre-qualifying. 2.5 tenths or thereabouts off Andrew Gilliam, who's in 2nd in the session at the moment, but he was the pace setter in pre-qualifying. 1 minute 29.254 was his best time. We also see that Cameron Jones and Dylan O'Shea for 9.5 Sim Sports putting on a really good show for their team in this practice session. Dylan O'Shea's always been a driver to look out for over one lap, but has gained a bit of a reputation as a loose cannon when it comes to racing. So we'll see how he goes here tonight at a circuit where it's very difficult to pass.
Yeah, this could be an interesting track in terms of how things go for a driver like Dylan, who indeed I think we're saying has had a bit of a reputation get built up for the way he races. Would be fair, and yeah, whether we see a better side of things this evening, or if it's a more aggressive and potentially less desirable outcome for those around him, at least, that could go either way. As he does actually improve to P2 there with that time here in the warm-up session before qualifying gets underway. So 128.931. Or thereabouts. It's probably to say, we'll say 931 in sim. So there you go. How about that? Do have a couple more cameras to look at here as well, Reese, across the race. One of them is actually not a face cam. It's going to be a pedal cam here for Thomas Hinz there in the number 52 Henry James Racing Team Jig Shifters Commodore. And we also have Ben Christensen also has providing his camera for us this evening as well. Looks like he's currently in a deep concentration mode though, if that face is anything to go by.
Yeah, we usually see Ben Christensen as a safety car driver in supports, but he does race in V8SCOPS proper in that number 9 and has done for quite many a year. We always need to look out for the Henry James Racing squads in the Enduro season, which is going to be coming up in a couple of months' time. Make sure to stay tuned for the likes of Sandown and Bathurst as part of the V8SCOPS season. It's always the big highlight of the year, but the drivers still have sprint rounds to work out at the moment. And Christensen just demonstrating how easy it is to get into the walls through the staircase section. So easy to hit the concrete, especially when it juts out there on the exit of turn 5.
Yeah, that's a really nasty spot to get it, of course, because you want to push nice and wide there on the corner exit. But the concrete actually gives you the space. It invites you in, Reese, at that particular point on the track, and then, as you say, it juts back, I guess is probably the better description, and cuts you off. And yeah, if you're a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too loose on the wheel, you will smash the front right corner into the wall there, and that'll be putting yourself in a world of hurt.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll see then how Christensen ends up going in the qualifying session, which will once again be split into 2 groups. The bottom 20 in pre-qualifying plus our split 2 winner will go out first, and then it's the top 20 in pre-qualifying. But we do have an extra driver in the field tonight as we check out Rayan Leonage getting his final practice times down. This kid has been absolute fireball ever since he came onto the scene a couple of years ago, and has really come up in terms of V8SCOPS running. He ended up taking his first win, and has been constantly in the fight for the championship lead all this time. But I'll keep an eye out here as the session enters its final 6 minutes on who gets the best time possible, so we can see where they might sit in qualifying. But we do have an extra driver in the field tonight, as I was mentioning, Dan. It's Seth Brown. Apparently, he wasn't able to race and let the admins know, but then plans changed. So that means that we're going to have 42 drivers in total competing in this session.
Yeah, actually having a look at my timing screens, currently have 41 at the moment. And of all people, it is indeed actually Seth, who we can't quite see in the server just yet. So maybe going to be cutting it extremely fine, because we do have about 5 minutes. Well, actually, you can see it literally on the screen. We've just got a couple of seconds until 5 minutes left until qualifying gets underway. And he could technically slip into the session still while qualifying starts, though he would lose out on some qualifying time, given he will be instructed to head out in the opening part of the session. As we take a look here at one of the long-standing drivers in the V8 and V8SCOPS as well here, Reese Brenton Hobson, Synergy Sim Racing entry here tonight, has exchanged the lime green fluoro to a bit more of a calmer blue paint. I'm trying to think if he's used that one this year already, because definitely went to the round. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, interesting that you bring that up. Hobson's changed colours a couple of times this year, but I think this is a bit of a return to form for Hobbo, because historically he has always run a blue car, or car with blue highlights. So seeing him in that very striking fluoro green was a bit of a spin out, honestly, for me, looking at him for the first time this season. I thought, wow, Hobbo's in green. Interesting stuff. But let's see if this blue brings back a couple more tenths for him, because, you know, it's all psychological things with many drivers. You know, at the end of the day, it doesn't make any difference to the performance of the car, but sometimes having a certain color on your machine gives you a little bit more confidence.
Yeah. So being kitted out the way you expect. Yeah, might help. There we go. Seth Brown has just joined the server, so we will have that 42-car grid here for us this evening. There's another driver we're checking in on here, Brad Vaughan, who does run with Evolution Racing Team, but of course, Brad making his mark in the steps on the V8 development ladder in real life. So we do see him here in what his current paint that he's racing in Super 2, as he works his way off of turn number 6 there for this run down the back straight. And yeah, certainly it stands out, but it is great to see. Yeah, and Brad's been around for a little while. I don't know for him, unfortunately, how long his sim versus his real life careers have been going for, but rising up the ranks of the V8 development ladder in real life of recent, and hopefully making strides to set up for a main game start in the next couple of years if things go his way.
Yeah, it's always good to see drivers who, you know, I first encounter in the sim world getting a shot at real life glory. Always awesome to see. It is the big dream for a lot of us in sim racing to have a go at real world racing, but I think especially since the pandemic, sim racing has really blossomed in its own right into a competitive environment all of its own, what it had been building up to for a very long time. And I think the accuracy of these racing simulators has certainly been shown off in recent years as a preparatory tool. Drivers trying to enter the real world of motorsport. Well, see what Car 100 can do. He's definitely putting some of that real life experience to a good. Completely lost my train of thought there as Andrew Gilliam went wide at turn 7. We don't usually see errors like that from him. Yeah, he's definitely putting it to good use, is Vaughan, running very close to the walls. See what happened to Gilliam here. Turn 7, a very difficult braking zone to get right. You've got to blend to the left as you start braking, so it's very easy to unload the left side tyre at the front and just extend your braking zone a bit longer than you'd like.
Yeah, that would be a unfortunate moment there indeed. And yeah, it will be interesting to see your drivers, how hard they're pushing in qualifying, and who's going to put down banker laps at first versus who's going to go straight for it off the bat in either of the groups. I think that'll be one thing. Synergy Sim Racing out in force as they usually are. Reese, Jamie Stowald here, another one of the cars in his or red colours for him tonight. Then the 987, currently 11th here in practice, at about 6/10 off compatriot James Scott. But see here if he can convert that into a qualifying run, as we see that in behind him at the moment is a trail of 9.5 cars on the track. That is, mind you, not necessarily on the timing tower. Indeed, definitely not on the timing tower. It's a pair of ERT drivers in behind him, as the timer will just about hit 0 here in a moment. And that means we'll get back to the footage here once qualifying and our first half of drivers get out in a moment's time here for their 15 minutes of attempts to set a lap on the board for the grid in race 1.
All right. So 1 minute 28.76 for James Scott at the end of practice. Very good times indeed, as we have quite a warm track out there at the moment. 36 degrees Celsius as the session ticks over into qualifying, with an air temp of about 23 Celsius. The first group of qualifying is out now, and we'll see who manages to get a good enough time to potentially get themselves into the top 10, because there's plenty of things to think about in a split qualifying session like this. Often the second group, which is the faster drivers over one lap, will have a bit of a disadvantage because all of the heat being worked into the circuit, combined with the sun hitting the racetrack and all of that rubber being laid down and getting heated up and slicked off by plenty of cars running over it, actually makes the track a little bit slower.
Yeah, it might just, or it should just, I should say. So yeah, I'll be curious to see how things go because it's just gone past, well, it's approaching 12:30 virtual time in Detroit for us this evening. And yeah, that track won't start cooling down for quite some time. It isn't too bad at 36 degrees Celsius currently versus 23 Celsius air at this stage in the session. But as indeed you said, this is where we can see some upsets if drivers here in Split 2 can get things squared away nicely and drivers in the second group don't quite do so. Looks like our first driver to go for a lap here will be Belle Isle in the 06 Ford Mustang. We'll see here how he tackles things. Wasn't feeling too confident before tonight, Reese, so curious to see if the end result changes things, but looks nice and tidy through turns 1 and 2 at least, giving a little bit of margin to the walls, but not a lot, all things considered.
Yeah, well, it's all going to be about the run up here through the staircase, isn't it? Good exit from turn 3. Turn 4, meanwhile, he very aggressive over the curbs, but that's a good line through the corner. Again, keeping it just off the walls. This is looking like a nice banker for Belle Isle so far. Early turn in for 6. It widens on the exit. You can get on the throttle a little bit faster than you think out of there. And so far, looks very clean. So let's see how turn 7 works out for him now. On the brakes nice and early. Hooks up the apex curb as well. Well, just about. Probably just missed it. But you can avoid the curb a little bit and still be quick. If you hit it too hard, the car can bounce and it ends up ruining your entire run through that section. Early turn in for turn 11, and nice smooth exit out there. Barely a hint of wheel spin from car 06. It looks like it's been set up very well indeed. And then just this last corner to go here at turn 13, and then it's a flat out run through 14 to the start finish line. So first time on the board for Belle Isle. How is it? 1 minute 29.6 for the 06, and that will put him into provisional pole, but we'll see how fast the other drivers are in comparison. Craig Schultz gets a time on the board, 1:29.68. That's 200 slower than Albert. Ben Christensen also slower, as well as Tyler Blackburn, who gets into provisional P2. There goes Jamie Stovall, though, 4/10 taken out of Bo Albert's time, up to provisional P1. Good run from the 987. Let's see how this group turns out then. John Stone into 5th, Nixon into 10th, Jacob O'Reilly into 2nd, Hayden Harrison into 2nd. Oh goodness, that's a big issue there for Benjamin Smith. He's going to have to bring that one back to the pits from there.
Thomas Hinz also displacing Hayden Harrison from 2nd. Ian Ford will then immediately displace Thomas Hinz from 2nd as well, but Stovall still on top. It looks like for this opening wave of drivers as Loxton slots into, that would be P9 there indeed. And with that all said and done, that is now 20 drivers with a time on the board. The only one who did get a time in, Ben Smith and Seth Brown by the looks of things. So just see where they will have to slow in due course. We're going to see what happened to Ben Smith as he came across the line. Looked fine until he just in too deep and found the wall there. Didn't find tyres to minimise the damage at least. But all the same,
yeah, well,
not ideal.
Yeah, that's an issue that you face at the first turn here. Like, if you're just finishing a hot lap and looking at your time, you're not looking at the track in front of you, and the braking zone for turn 1 in these cars begins effectively as you cross the start-finish line. So, very easy to overshoot the first turn here.
Yeah, perhaps drivers going to gamble on pushing past the line to make sure their time is as good as it can be. If their braking zone is at or slightly before the line. That does indeed make a lot of sense. Pretty much everyone will pile on into the pit lane here, including Ian Ford. Just duck right, pop in. Jake O'Reilly there, but it looks has unfortunately had a moment on his pit entry and is now having to negotiate a bit of an awkward couple of points of turns there to get himself sorted out, as the rest of the field is either coming in up on the jacks or already heading out, as is the case here for this bunch as they work their way down to turn 3. They're not the first cars out of the pits. That belongs to the 06 of Al, but the 654, sorry, of Craig Schultz and the number 9 of Ben Christensen, who are out on their own a bit further ahead of this pack. But looks like a surprise, surprise, Reese. Everyone's going to line up behind a provisional pole sitter.
Yeah, that they are. Might be getting a tiny bit of slipstream off Jamie Stovall as well. Of course, slipstream not as effective or important as it is at many of the circuits we visit. This circuit is very tight and twisty, and you don't get up to such high speeds at many places around here. But really, if you're behind someone coming out of turn 2, you will be getting an ever so slight speed boost, and potentially down here to turn 7 as well. So probably smart to stay within a second or so of Stovold, especially considering he is the pace setter. That first run of times looked like Ian Ford was able to get within half a tenth or so of Jamie Stovold. And if I'm not mistaken, and I am, I was going to say he's in this pack, but it's actually Chad Lewis in the 727 running behind these guys. Where is Ian Ford? Well, he's all on his own at the moment, which is also a good strategy to go for around here. If there's no cars around you, you can focus more on your lines. Well, we ride on board with Tyler Blackburn through turns 1 and 2. Got to get the exit right here. Turn 2, tighter than it looks, and you've got to worry about the crest on the exit that could send you into the wall if you get it wrong. And well, it might be a little bit too far behind Stovold to get a whisper of a draft, but as I said, doesn't matter very much. Collects the curve nicely at turn 3. Probably struggled for a bit of grip there on the exit. Had to have a couple of goes at the steering. Turn 4, avoided the curb a little bit. That results in an overall smoother car. Avoids the wall nicely coming out of turn 5, and then into turn 6, just hooks it up ever so slightly and all the way out to the exit wall. Beautiful run through the staircase. Will be interesting to see how this lap turns out for him.
Oh, we got trouble at turn 3. Three cars have gotten together. We'll stay with Blackburn's lap here, though, as this is going to cause a couple of drivers who are on flyers here. It's now tripped up. Is that Ian Ford? It's tripped Ian Ford up. Oh dear, that's going to mean multiple cars are boarding their runs as Blackburn continues on. Let's have a look here at his sectors. Blackburn is okay in the opening sector race and just crossed the sector 4 line and picked up another personal best. But that's no good there. Well, not going to improve all that much, I think is the word I'm looking for here. Stovold's gone 2 purples in front of him through the spots where Blackburn didn't improve. To the line they would come, and Stovold does indeed move the benchmark forward.
So, this is what happened. Thomas Hinz trying to get through on Seth Brown made contact, and then Brown gets into the tyre bundles. He's collected by Teo Sorono, who enters stage right, and then Vincent Skilbeck is greeted with a blocked track as a result of that. And the problem is for these guys, they're not allowed to just escape back to the lane unless they ask race control for permission. One of the ERT cars getting involved in that as well. They do all end up getting going there, apart from Sorono, but yeah, that's unfortunate for the 3 of them.
I'm not too impressed with what happened there, to be honest, because Seth Brown had just finished a lap. Whereas I believe Hinsey was on his second flyer. Feels like it was a situation that could have been avoided there. But we'll have to see how things play out. Focusing here on Michael Whiting for the moment. Currently on his way back to the pits again. Currently down in 18th place as well. So let's see here what the 025 can do. They've got 5 minutes left for their group. And confirmation at the top of your screen that Race Control are going to be looking at that one there. Let's see what can be done. Or what needs to be done about that incident there. As drivers back in the lane, resetting to go again. And Ford this time looks to be one of our first cars out of the lane, although was unfortunately put off sequence by everything that happened just a moment ago.
Yeah, so with less than 25 minutes remaining in the session, that means there's 4.5, just under 4.5 minutes to go now in this first group of qualifying. They'll get the checkered flag for their session as soon as the 20-minute mark is reached, and then we'll give it another couple of minutes for everyone to get back into the pits, and then the green flag will be given for the first group, who'll get their own 15-minute session to set their times for the race 1 grid. Ford has been gradually getting faster and faster through this qualifying, and as the trackers rub it in, it seems the conditions are working nicely to him. Stovall, though, improving on that second run, 129.1 versus a 29.32 for 40. So at the moment, Stovall is looking like a tough nut to crack.
Yep, has put down the benchmark nice and early.
Ford abandons that run.
Yeah, no sign yet of a driver who's making some moves forward to challenge. A couple of personal bests flashing up in the opening sector, but drivers then dropping off a little bit, it seems, when they get into the second and third sectors. There's also a large pack of cars currently out there circulating around. Not at pace. Problem is, we actually now got drivers out of order, I feel like, which is not helping things. For example, like see there on screen Hayden Harrison, who has actually, for his own sake, found some clean air by the looks of things, and he's pushing on PB Sector 1 race, but Sectors 2 and 3 so far. Not looking super promising unless they're right on top of what he's done so far in this session.
Yeah, Harrison has certainly been a driver to watch. Also in the AOG V8 Super Series as well. It's been really good to see the talent that's turned out for that, and it seems that 9.5 Sim Sports has just in general been continuing their momentous rise towards the top of Australian sim racing with their excellent crew and good lap times. 129.501 for Hayden Harrison. That gives him a spot over Beau Albert, but he might have been hoping for a little bit more out of that, especially considering if he doesn't commit to this next lap, he isn't going to have time to set another one.
Yeah, drivers need to be across the line before the timer. Zero indeed. Stovall here is on his final flying lap attempt. Important to note as well, Reese, that the track temperature has climbed from 36 Celsius to 39 Celsius since we started this qualifying session here for these drivers. So what that tells me is that, yeah, odds on people improving, unless they put a real average lap in, would be probably be low. So I do get the feeling Stovall, yeah, is well positioned to capitalise with one lap pace here as he'll come round, but he will head to the pit lane with about 60 seconds on the clock. So he is done. See what Ian Ford can do. I believe he's setting up for one final run in the 115. Here he comes across the line, and yep, he will begin. Yes, he's beginning his final run, so he's got just under a minute on the board here, so plenty of time now. Let's see, what can this ERT machine do? Also a challenge for that top spot here in the opening group.
Indeed. Well, we keep our eyes peeled on Ian Ford here on board on top. Exterior view on bottom, and that was very close to the wall coming out of turn 4. Turn 5, though, avoids the curb nicely and just kisses the wall on the exit 2. Seems that he has avoided a 0x all through this lap, but a little bit of traffic now. He's actually backed off there.
I think he got the wall exit of 6.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Looked very close indeed, but it might have just been enough to trigger a 0x for 40.
Yeah, just brushing the wall out, I believe, as checkered flag is indeed called, and Vincent Skilbeck might have been the last car to sneak in across the line, although he is currently been out for a couple laps. I don't think he'll have pace for one, so would expect to see everyone filter on into the pit lane here straight away, and that will be the end of the first group in qualifying. And being told by a couple of drivers one driver suggesting here, Reese, that Stovall's time in particular, being a 29.17, might hold up quite nicely and definitely overlap with a couple of drivers who will be out here in a moment's time, especially if the track stays where it is or potentially keeps getting warmer here.
Very true. Well, if we compare to the practice times, the time around where Stovall set was Brenton Hobson in practice doing a 29.161, and that was good enough for P6. So if the track continues to warm up here, I mean, it's already gone up 3 degrees from when the session started. Stovall might very well be looking at a top 5 start with that time, which is really impressive.
Yeah, obviously practice times can't really convert them perfectly. Of course, we'll have drivers who were definitely out there just doing race laps to make sure that they didn't give away everything. There might be some of those drivers who were, though, doing qual runs to prepare themselves for what was coming up on here in the session. But this is how things stand as they are. Less than half a second covers out of 10. Stovall on top, ahead of Ian Ford, Thomas Hinz, Bailey Frid and Hayden Harrison for your top 5, and Robert, Jericho Riley, Brett Loxton, Damien Johnson and Justin Wallace to round out the second half there, Reese.
Yeah, looks like Tyler Blackburn doing enough for 11th provisionally. Craig Schultz not far behind, though, and Ben Smith only 500ths behind that. Lewis, Christensen, Saruno, Whiting, McDonald, Nixon, and Siberus. Rest of the top 20 provisionally, and then Vincent Skilbeck and Seth Brown over a second off. And Seth Brown, bit of a late shoe-in to this one after thinking he was going to be absent. Wasn't quite able to get the time that he wanted, but he will still start this event. Well, we wait for the green flag now for this second session. Everyone's already out in their pit boxes waiting for that call from race control. And we got to think who out of that top group will get the time in. O'Shea was very impressive in practice, able to get a 28.931 for P2, but will he be able to deal with the pressure of a 15-minute qualifying session? Can Rehan Leonage pull out a couple more tenths and try and be a threat for pole position? What about James Scott, Andrew Gilliam, the two drivers who were really the pace setters all throughout practice? Let's see then, as the green flag has flown, everyone's out, and Andrew Gilliam already making his way to the front of the train.
If there's one place you want to be, I would definitely say being at the front in clean air is a good start, because that way you can dictate your terms when it comes to setting things up. Although that's got O'Shea right behind him by the looks of things on my track map, so could see O'Shea potentially try and switch things up just before they get going. And again, might be happy and content to let Gilliam lead the train around after them. It's going to be Jordan Siberus. Apologies, no, not Siberus. That's the 093. The number 93 is Griffin Gardner out there. So it's, Pursuit, then the two of the 95 cars. Then third in the train, looking like fourth in the train, is James Scott by the looks of things. And then from there, it gets a little busy. Rehan Leonage directly behind Ben Morris in that group. Brenton Hobson's finding a bit of air to himself. He's got Dylan Pereira behind. Ken Latta next on road. And the order will trickle on back from there, so on and so forth. But let's see here how Gilliam goes for his opening run in qualifying. How much is he willing to leave on the table to get things underway? These guys do get an extra 2 minutes to account for the harder cut race at the end of qualifying in these heat servers. So they should get exactly the same opportunities in terms of laps if they time their runs right. Gilliam through 1 and 2. Aggressive, but looking good to get things underway.
Yeah, it looked like a good run through turns 1 and 2. This is where the meat of the lap really begins. Hard braking into turn 3. How does he collect the curb? Very nicely, actually. Stayed beautiful and stable, but O'Shea looked even more so. Let's compare them here. Well, O'Shea getting very aggressive over the turn 4 curb. Very close to getting into the wall. Might have just kissed it. We'll have to wait and see as the times come in at the end of the lap. So, Sector 1 for Gilliam looking pretty on point there. 29.64. down into turn 7 and the fountain section. Another place around the lap where one mistake can spell the end of your qualifying run. Just avoids the turn 7 curb, keeps the car nice and stable on the way into turn 8. Looked like a tiny bit of understeer initially, but he managed to get it gathered up through the left-hander. Down into turn 10 then. Bumps on the exit, got to be careful not to spin up the rears, and it seems that both Gilliam and O'Shea avoided that. Now, there's no runoff to spare at all through these last couple of proper corners, but it's a nice clean exit from Andrew Gilliam. 1 minute 29.173 is the time to beat, and he clipped the wall there beautifully, and that's a 29.045 to start things off. O'Shea gets into provisional 6th as Griffin Gardner goes to P1, and then James Scott, first driver into the 1 minute 28 bracket for Synergy Sim Racing.
Well, that's mighty impressive, actually, because according to my timing, James Scott didn't set a single purple sector, but strung enough good sectors together that it shot him up the order there. As Sebastian Flock from over on screen there puts in what he'll probably call a bit of a wobble, and the banker there is what it will have to be, at least, but it's better than nothing, I suppose, in the grand scheme of things. Thomas Freeman down in 34, who's ahead of him, as now with that order done. So Stovall holds on to a spot in the top 5. Ian Ford in P6 and Thomas Hinds in P8. They are the 3 drivers from the opening group of qualifying who are able to hang on to spots in the top 10 for now, at least. But we've got drivers like Sean McNamara, Cameron Jones, Ken Latta, Robbie Gibbs, and O'Shea, as you mentioned, Reese, plus Brenton Hobson, who will be looking to move their way forward. Ricky Znetsov, I would have expected a strong qualifying result from, is a little further down, at least. So perhaps prioritising a lap on the board above pure pace, and a chance to go from there in the next couple of runs.
Yep, Thomas Freeman coming to the end of an in-lap as well. 1 minute 30.06. Another one of the drivers that's had a bit of trouble getting the pace on here, but the first run is now over for everyone. It looks like O'Shea immediately back out onto the circuit. So is Gilliam. It was a very quick stop just for tyres and maybe a slight top-up of the fuel tank, and they are immediately back out onto the circuit. Question is, will Gilliam remain behind O'Shea here, or will he push his way to the front as he did on the first run? I think with the track temperature increasing, these drivers are going to start prioritising slower outlaps to just avoid putting too much heat into the tyres before they start their timed lap.
Yeah. I don't think there's too much concern about track position for most of these drivers. They'll be happy to run around in whatever order, more or less, that they come out in. Maybe you get someone who feels like they're fast and decides that they've got a driver who's just a bit too slow based on the first lap pace, just to rock the boat a tiny bit there. But so far, everyone happy to group up and cruise around, with the exception of O'Shea and Gilliam out front. They're off doing their own thing. Although Griffin Gardner, Rayhan Leonard, pack that's forming on the back straight away, to at least just get out ahead of it, it seems, because they then do, in turn, back off once they enter turn 7.
That they do. Well then, let's see then who ends up getting the space they need, because, well, O'Shea all the way out at the front here, and he has nothing to worry about. He can push 110% as he crosses the line to start his next hot lap. And initially, well, O'Shea wouldn't have been too happy with the run that he had. He's actually equal on time with Bailey Frid, and at the moment, down outside the top 10. So he'll be hoping to break into potentially the top 5 here with this lap, but are the conditions with him? Let's see what the session is, what the first sector's like. That is 29.7 in Sector 1, and that's a 10th off what Gilliam set on his first lap. So if O'Shea can try and better Gilliam in the next two sectors, might be able to get on for a top 3, but if he does improve, everyone else will as well.
Yeah, let's see what can be done. So already got there the first two sectors logged in, and yeah, gonna have to be a monumental turnaround here for O'Shea to pull something off, to improve. Fortunately, I've just seen Brendan Hobson's had a half spin out of turn 6, so he won't get a chance to improve on this lap, but does keep it out of the wall and just needs to now find his way back to the pit lane without interfering with everyone else. Big issue for him might be just going off sequence with the rest of the field. As O'Shea around turn 13, he comes. Working up towards the line. It looks like it will be a good improvement for him, I'm being told. And yes, it will be a good improvement indeed of about a 10th and a bit. And jump from 13th to 6th in the process. Final sector there. Yeah. Oh, Gilliam nudges way ahead of Scott there.
He does indeed. That's a good run from Andrew Gilliam into the 28.8. It's good to see, but will James Scott improve? Looks like he will. Wow. You can always count on James Scott to pull out just a little bit more when it really counts.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be the back and forth, one lap pace between them. One lap show between the two of those drivers, so that will be one to watch with interest here this evening. And how that converts to race pace, of course, being the big thing.
Yeah, indeed. It looks like they are going to get time for one more timed run there, with it being a 35-minute session, and we're just coming up to 7.5 minutes to go. McNamara ends up abandoning his lap. Seems that he's still got something to figure out there to try and improve on P8, but Andrew Gilliam here trying his best to overcome James Scott for pole position, and well, he topped pre-qualifying, so he knows how quick he can really be around this place. Bring up a quick graphic here for you all. A little bit of a comparison between James Scott and Andrew Gilliam's lap times. So it looks like faster in Sector 1 for Andrew Gilliam. Sector 2, they were exactly the same, and James Scott really got the edge in Sector 3. That is amazing.
All it comes down a matter of hundredths of a second, and no big surprises there, it would seem. So, one, maybe two runs in this, actually, Reese, depending on exactly. Ooh, actually thinking about it. Flying lap is a minute and a half, so you've got to do two. You want to get two of those. Be looking at 3 minutes there. Out lap, probably looking at a minute 50. In lap would be around almost a minute. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, you're looking at about 6 or 7 minutes.
I think Gilliam can just in a second 2 runs here. Where's he come out of the pit lane? I think Gilliam could just make it. O'Shea's way up ahead of him. Just see where everyone's at lap wise. Opposite on an out lap. Ken Latta, who's also on an out lap. They might be more safe. Chastanev, having just started one, is probably safe indeed. As track temperature has climbed, by the way, it's still climbing as it often does. We're at 41 degrees Celsius now, Reese, so finding those extra hundredths and tenths is going to be even harder, I dare suggest.
Well, we keep our eye on James Chastanev here. One of the most spectacular drivers in the field, and has made many an appearance in Split 2 at the top of the field. He's currently down in 38th place and hasn't really gelled with this circuit like he would prefer in that Banter Alliance 427. Looks like a tiny bit of oversteer on the way into the double left here on the way down to turn 11. And he's struggling to get on the power there. You could see it. He was hesitating to really get onto the accelerator. how is the rest of this lap going to work out for him? Is he happy? Will he peel off into the pits before this is over? He is indeed, and with 4 minutes and 45 seconds remaining on the clock, he might just have enough time to get one more hot lap in as Sebastian Flock now starts another hot lap.
Chaston have definitely got time for a very slow out lap and a fly. He could even afford to probably wait, but he chooses to start heading out now as Scott and Kuznetsov and others, they're beginning their next flyer, which 4 minutes to go. This will be it.
Yeah.
This will be it for these drivers. Yeah, they're too far back. Gilliam, though, might make it. He's just exited turn 6. I think he's far enough up the road that things might be a different story for him. Sebastian Flock, P42, not you, I would say, used to being this far down normally here. But we can see there, nearly 3/10 down in Sector 1, another 3/10 down in Sector 2. And how the time adds up quickly around here, Reese.
Yeah, for sure. It's, oh dear, that's a problem there for Sebastian Flock. He was already on the edge over the course of this lap. That's going to be quite difficult for him to recover. That might be it for him.
If he pushes, he might just have enough time, or what you know, because he'd have to burn the tyres on the outlaps, so he's effectively done. He might as well go for it, I guess, but going to be a tough lap for him to pull off as we see there, Rehan Leonage. You can actually see a delta bar thanks to the angle of his camera here, Reese. We can see it's unfortunately strongly in the red, and he will choose to abort that run here. And with 3 minutes on the board as he enters the pit lane, and it's not enough time to get things done. James Scott's abandoning any final run. Kuznetsov, though, is going to have a go at it because he's down in P20, the 888 machine. He jumps to a 29.3, and that will pull him up to just outside the top 10 there with that lap time. So that was a necessary improvement for the 888. Thomas Freeman, currently 27th on a 29.756. Has he got odds on improvement here as he comes to the line race? It's going to be close. Unfortunately, it's a couple of hundredths. It does gain him a spot on Benjamin Smith.
Yeah, all right. Good stuff. James Chastaneuf with another potential chance here at improving too. 1 minute 30.1 is the time to beat for him. And I mean, if he can gain just 2/10, he'll be able to jump up into the high 20s, I would even say, if he's able to gear this one up out of turn 6. He's a bit wide of the apex. That was half a car width, more than he would have wanted. It's all going to come down to this last sector here. James Scott out on track at the moment, wasn't able to improve on his time. Andrew Gilliam at the moment is making his way back to the pits as well, so I think the drivers up the front certainly have worked themselves out there. Chasty, though, he's coming up on a bit of traffic towards the end of this lap. These are drivers, I think, for the most part, done with their runs. We'll see if there are any final shuffles in the session here. Kuznetsov getting up to 11th spot in the intervening time. And we keep our eye on Kenneth Latter here in car 209 as well for Synergy Sim Racing. Robbie Gibbs, who's second in the championship, he wants to improve as well in this final minute of the session. Ben Morris looking to break into the top 30. Well, we'll see evidence very shortly of whether or not drivers get going here. Brenton Hobson wants to try and improve here. Had some excellent practice times, but at the moment it's looking like he's backed off on this one, and it's not going to be an improvement for him, so he'll start all the way back in 16th at best.
Yeah, and I've just noticed Gilliam and Griffin Gardner are out there trying to do laps. But unfortunately, they're about 20 seconds too late to make it round. So the last car that might just sneak a lap in, Paul Young potentially, who's on an out lap. So that will be Young done. McNamara is into the pits. And that means that we can call it here, Reese, for qualifying results. Drivers may be going to do some final tests of their start launch procedure. But let's start walking through the grid here. for our opening race for split one at Belle Isle. It will be James Scott off the pole position here, but only 300s clear of Andrew Gilliam in that Pursuit Sim Racing Mustang. We'll see who can convert their cars into race cars from qualifying here and get ready to get going. P number 3 is going to be in the hands of Griffin Gardner, sharing that second row with Rehan Leonage in 4th place, just ahead of your opening group's fastest driver in the hands of Jamie Stolwald. And how about that race up in the top 5? He'll be looking to see how things go here with conversion in the race time as well. Dylan O'Shea alongside him in P6. Ian Ford and Sean McNamara are going to start this one out of 7th and 8th. Another driver in Ian's hands there, up from the opening group to start in the top 10. Good result for him. Third driver from that opening group is going to be Thomas Hinz, starting P9. Cameron Jones will round out, though, our top 10 here.
Yeah, starting out of 11th place, Rick Kuznetsov in the 888. He starts alongside Kenneth Latta for Synergy Sim Racing. Robert Gibbs, the second place driver in the championship, starting alongside his teammate at Evolution Racing Team, Bailey Frid in car 53. Dylan Pereira is going to start alongside Brenton Hobson, rounding out the top 16 cars. Good performance there for Pereira. Then after them, we have Hayden Harrison starting alongside Bo Albert, who competed in the first group of qualifying. Jacob O'Reilly and Luke Mitchinson will round out the top 20.
It will indeed. 21st place in the hands of Brett Loxton, sharing that 11th row with Damien Johnston there in the 033 machine. P23 is currently held by Justin Wallace, coming up from that split 2 race win here to be solidly in the mid-pack, sharing that 12th row with teammate Tyler Blackburn there in the 947. P25 is in the hands of Craig Schultz there, and P26 for Thomas Freeman to get this race underway today. They're just ahead of Benjamin Smith and Brad Vaughan there on the 14th row. Their top 30 going to be rounded out here, Reese, by Chad Lewis in that 727 for ERT, and Paul Young in phase foremost. What colours there? The number 3.
Indeed, Ben Morris going to start out of 31st alongside Ben Christensen. And then we have owner of Pursuit Sim Racing, Mike Taliancic, starting alongside Teo Sorono, with Michael Whiting and Zach McDonald starting in the next row behind. Connor Nixon and James Chastaner, 37th and 38th. And then our final few cars, Jordan Siberis and Vincent Skilbeck, rounding out 40 cars. And then the final 2, Seth Brown and Sebastian Flock, driver in 10th place in the standings, starting all the way at the back. This is going to be a tough one for Seb. Let's see then, as the revs rise, who comes away with the first victory of the night here at Belle Isle. Round 8 of V8 SCOPS is go. And that was a good initial getaway from Andrew Gilliam. It looks like he's carried it through to the second phase. James Scott trying to cover him off. They make contact, and Scott is bumped around out of the lead. He gets into the wall in turn 1, but keeps going. As the God! Oh my Lord, that is huge. A massive pile up. The track is blocked. So many drivers involved in that one. We have a few on their roof. Oh, wow. That might be an instant safety car.
Yep,
it is.
It is.
Safety car immediately called. Wow.
No. Right. Well, I was watching the prod feed to see, obviously, Scott and Gilliam entangle at turn 1. Producer Jay Kennedy was ready to bring out the safety car button. He's got his wish. Right, we're going to need to try and dissect that one a little bit to figure out where has that started amongst the field.
Yeah, okay. So it seems that Robert Gibbs... No, stall ahead. Wow. Every time I look at what I think caused the incident, something's happened ahead of it. Looks like 3-wide contact between Hinz, Ford, and Jones that started all of that off. Fordy didn't get the best start. And Thomas Hinz tried to go between him and Jones, but they all came together. And I guess from that point, the only thing the rest of the field could do was try and avoid it, and evidently many of them did not.
Oh, okay, I found it. It starts with Ian Ford slow, Cameron Jones fast. So yeah, bad start for Ian Ford, good starts for Cameron Jones and Thomas Hinz. And and then just it's pile in from there.
Yeah, we'll take another look at it here. Look at Jones. He's the green, white, and black car there. Hinsey tries to go between them, and then Ford comes back across the track. He manages to actually escape all of that, but everyone else behind collecting the after effects of the incident between Hinsey and Jones. And how many cars is that involved in a pile-up? That's something like 15 cars at least with heavy damage.
Yeah, minimum 15.
Wow.
And also, a big problem is that with everyone else piles in. We're going to go to the back of the field to start this another replay here with Seb Flock, who, not where he probably wanted or deserved to be on qualifying. Being told this is going to be an interesting look. So, full tilt pace, and then on the brakes, and then you have to try and stop this one here, and go to the grass. To dodge his way around.
Plenty of freebies. He's gotten up to 27th thanks to all of that.
There you go. Yeah, the pit lane is... we've only got 34 cars circulating. Everyone else is in the pit lane.
Wow.
And it's saying that might be a lot of damaged cars still out there that are going to circulate and try and get their compulsory stop done here.
Yeah, I was about to bring that up. We're actually on lap 2 at the moment, and the end of lap 2 is when the pit window opens. So how many of these drivers are we going to see making their stop? There's another element to that as well. The pit exit is closed as the field goes by under safety car. If the majority of the field does not go into the pits, those who've decided to come in will have to wait until race control gives them the all clear.
Yeah, so it will be an interesting game in terms of, who's coming in and how many come in. Given the short sprint of this one, look, there you go. A host of drivers from the front of the field. Rehan Leonard is going to opt to be the odd one out at this rate because look at everyone else piling into the pit lane. So a pit exit closing here, but everyone else is coming in except Leonard. The number 9 of Christensen's going to stay out as well.
Oh, God.
So by logic, the pit exit should open here straight away.
It should.
Because the field has now cycled into the pits. And there we go, confirmation exit opens up practically straight away, so they'll be able to file on out. Oh, trouble for Brad Vaughan. He's parked at 45 degrees to his pit box.
Sideways, yeah. That's an issue for him. He's going to have to get that one turned around. And he's got a mechanical black flag as well. That is a horror start there for Brad Vaughan, and he actually has not been able to get into
his pit box.
That. Oh, wait, that wasn't his pit box. That's his pit box.
Okay,
so what on earth happened to put him in that position?
There has to be contact here between somebody else on the fast lane versus him, because the thing is the contact is still modeled.
Oh, he couldn't see where his pit box was, and he ended up getting rear-end contact from another car behind.
Michael Whiting coming up there in the 025, bang.
And of course, Vaughan can't go back into the fast lane because there's collision turned on there and everyone going through. He might have stalled it as well. So, Griffin Gardner is your effective leader now. All but 2 cars have come into the pit lane, Leonage and Christensen. Gardner, the leader of the cars to have pitted. And,
that's actually
hang on a
important.
minute.
Gardner comes out leader of the race ahead of Gilliam and such. Now, what have you just picked up?
No, actually, I think my timing was my timing is not playing ball.
Hang on a second.
I've something interesting there for Gilliam. No, he stopped. He had a regular pit stop, and then he briefly stopped again at the exit, waiting for the call from race control. He's ended up behind James Scott again. My timing was telling me that Andrew Gilliam's pit stop was only 2.3 seconds, which would have been an absolute disaster for him. That's not even enough time to get tyres changed.
Yeah, I've gone back to listen in because I think there's some questions here about when the 6 cars went out before pit exit was called open.
Oh no. All right. So Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then the green flag was given. Okay.
Yeah, Gilliam went to go, but he holds because yeah, the message wasn't keyed up, wasn't sent out the moment that everyone had gone by there. So, well, that might just add another controversial layer on top of this one here.
Yeah, certainly. All right. So race control might give a few penalties to drivers as a result of all of that. But I mean, the incident that brought out the safety car is going to be taking up all of race control's efforts right now. So much to work out there. We might not see penalties being assigned for those pit exit breaches until we're well into this green flag run.
Yeah, it's a question of safety car should be coming. Safety car should be coming back in at this lap in terms of insert near screen, but no. Update has just come through over the radio from race control. They're going to keep the safety car out and review that pit exit procedure, and actually back the field up here while they do so before we go back green to try and get as much of this squared away before we restart this race. It may indeed, as I've just seen in the chat, actually have promoted James Scott of all people back to the lead of the race.
Okay. Yeah, because Andrew Gilliam was ahead of him when he got to pit exit, but of course Gilliam had to stop. And him getting back up to speed again, well, by that time, Scott had already pulled out of his box and had the momentum. So Scott moved through into that first position. Wow, this is intriguing. I've never seen this happen before, at least not directly. Plenty of drivers here under review, actually including Griffin Gardner, Dylan O'Shea. Yeah, everyone from Gardner down to Kuznetsov under review by race control here.
Yeah. And I mean, part of it is that there is the in-game text message as well as the in-game voice message. Now, the new iRacing update allows me to see, I think, when the text message is sent as well as the voice message. But generally speaking, it's easier to go off of just when you hear the call and when the mic is keyed up, and just go with that. And that's from the basis I'm saying 6 cars have gone through. Well, actually, it's not 6 cars. It's what is that? That's 5. Okay, almost, not quite. I think James Scott just sneaks ahead, or sneaks in like right as the message is in. But he could also potentially be at risk here. It could be Gilliam that gets the effective race lead here back there in what is currently 9th place on track, 7th effective.
Oh boy. Right then. This will be a safety car period that lasts for quite some time as race control sorts all of this out. We can't even think about how the race is going to be affected. This gives half a chance to Leonage and Christensen to potentially get their stop out of the way. But, I mean, if you've already committed from their point of view, the field is bunched up now. They'd just be losing too much by taking their stop now. They would be way back in the pack, and they would have to wait until race control opens the pit exit again. So they would end up right at the back, I'd say. So what do you do if you're Leonage or Christensen?
Yeah, pardon me, I'm just listening in. Here we go. Look who's coming up to 3rd place.
Okay. Gilliam
has been promoted to the lead of the effective lead of the race.
Okay.
And we've got Teo Serrano, a lap-down car already, mixed in with our leading drivers. So another piece of the puzzle that's going to potentially get a little bit crazy here.
Yeah, I'm curious about that because I haven't checked in with the SCOPS rulebook in a while. The safety car's actually pulling away from the field. We're going to be going green here. So it looks like Serrano's going to be left in place. That answers my question there as they all make their way through. Rehan Leonage will be the one to lead them away here. At the start of lap 6, we have spent the last 5 laps under safety car conditions. Now, this is a position that young Rehan has been in a couple of times now. He knows what to do. He has led races before. He's won them as well. Might be difficult for him here in race 1. Oh, people trying to go early. Leonage leaving it late as he goes for the throttle. And we are led away here to restart this race at Belle Isle. So your order is Leonage, Christensen, Gilliam, Gardner and O'Shea, your top 5. But I think it was Sean McNamara trying to go early, as well as Kenneth Latter, who's now losing a bit of momentum there.
Gone loose at the exit of turn 2. The 727 in the wall on your right side of the screen, back of shot there as we look down from the run to turn 3 here, as they still try and jostle for every scrap of position we can get here. As I think I've seen Thomas Hinds potentially lob it up the inside of one of our cars towards the back of the field. But Rice, try and get into the rhythm and get back to racing here. As on board with McNamara, we will go currently 6th. And makes him effective 4th place in behind teammates O'Shea and Gardner. And then you've got Ben Christensen, who's actually now been displaced by Andrew Gilliam. So there you go. That's now 1 car. Gilliam gets to put between himself and the drivers he's racing out on track. He's now just got your championship leader, who's out of cycle to get past here, as well as they'll round out of the fountain. Single file at the front of the field. We do have some side-by-sides further on back. Looks like it's between, one of the Vermilion cars, Connor Nixon and Vincent Skilbeck. Thankfully, they keep it together, Reese, and it opens Cameron Jones up to having a go for a run up into turn 12 here, up the inside of Nixon as a result. And then Hinsey here trying to find his way through in the 52. No dice, though, through 13 as we get 1 green flag lap on the board.
Finally. And, Hinsey and Jones were the 2 drivers involved in the incident that started that whole kerfuffle to bring out the safety car in the first place. They'll be looking to make moves. Speaking of moves being made, there goes Griffin Gardner up the inside of Ben Christensen, and Dylan O'Shea fancies a look as well, but he just wasn't far enough alongside to really commit to the move. So now, through the staircase, he's going to be losing time here to Griffin Gardner. Christensen way off pace compared to everyone behind him here. But there goes O'Shea. A little bit of contact with Christensen. Gets on the headlight flash. That's caused some further dramas there. McNamara gets into the wall, is turned by Christensen. And you can see that Ben Christensen is very unhappy with how that incident turned out. O'Shea, he did have the right to the move there, but probably a little too aggressive as there's a car in the wall at turn 7. That looks like one of the Race on Oz cars.
Mitchinson.
Oh, no, that's a bad spot. He's hanging out on the racing line. He manages to get going, but a couple of cars collecting him on the way. Belle Isle, once again, does not disappoint for drama.
It's as if we bottled most of it up from split 2, given that we didn't get the safety car called out, and here we go. It's being all deployed at once here. And this is race 1 of 2. So this is going to be interesting to see how things play out. And actually a bit of a slight error. I didn't check the race info tab. I went off what we had on the production feed. It's going to be a longer race for race 2 by an additional 10 laps. So 37 to be precise, but we'll get to that when we get to it, because we've still got another 20 to go here for this second race of the evening. Looking here at a couple of our ERT cars, actually just at the back end of the top 10. Ladder in 8th, followed by Bailey Frid in 4, Bo Albert, Brenton Hobson there. And then you've got this next pack here, Thomas Freeman just ahead of Jacob O'Reilly, who's then got really stacked up behind him Paul Young, Ben Christensen, Ben Morris and Damien Johnston. Add in Seb Flock there, which rounds out your top 20 as well here, as they all try and get up to speed and get into a rhythm.
We also see that Connor Nixon has been given a black flag from race control for a restart infringement. He went before he was supposed to and ended up passing a few cars before they got to the start-finish line. It's a drive-through penalty there for Nixon, and that will put him towards the back even further now as we keep our eyes peeled on these drivers making their way through turns 11 and 12. Gently does it for Jacob O'Reilly, trying to keep Paul Young and Ben Christensen behind him. Christensen on the recovery after the incident with O'Shea. But up the front, looks like Rayan Leonage certainly has it in the bag at the moment in terms of gap, but Andrew Gilliam is starting to creep up on him here.
Yeah, this is going to be... I mean, unfortunately for Leonage, he's almost hanging out for another safety car, but either way, drivers are going to still circulate around mostly at race pace, and then Leonage pulls into the pits. Well, either way, he'll drop back way well down the order, and that will affect his race result as well. Going to go to another replay and show you just why Connor Nixon picked up this black flag. The biggest problem for me is, Reese, is we've got guys back here who, look how much they're check up and they're side by side, and then we're crawling at probably 40 kilometers. So he picks up one. Then two.
More checkups.
3, 4. There are cars there that are going... Oh, Cameron Jones has gone around turn 7 on live pictures, if we can grab that. He's just wide enough. I think that's going to be not an issue for those who are still going by him there. But more troubles as another car goes around.
Yeah. Goodness me. And this is big. Thomas Hinz given a black flag for the contact coming off the start on lap 1. So Hinzy deemed at fault for that whole drama that started as the drivers took the green flag.
Yeah. Remember where his positioning was in all that one there. I think that adds up. Unfortunately, good start for him, but also a good start for Jones to his right. And there just wasn't a gap to go 3 wide because Ford was driving straight off his grid box pretty much. And Jones, I think, had just come over a little bit if I'm getting my participants and all that. It was Cameron Jones who was involved in that one at the start. So, yeah. Unfortunate, but yeah, sort of adds up as we go on board with James Scott eyeing off Rick Kuznetsov here, or what will be 6th place. They're also just in behind Jamie Stovall, who's still holding on to a top 5 spot, converting his early qualifying pace into a run here at the start of this one, at least so far. So credit to Jamie. There you go. Scott up the inside of Kuznetsov and, well, forces the issue, and Kuznetsov is not willing to scrap so hard and would rather keep his car in one piece, it seems, at this stage race. So we'll yield that position for now as we see at the bottom of the screen who's making the big moves. And well, after we went on board with him on the replays, Reece, Seb Flock has survived and picked up a few more spots to get to the top 20 at the moment here, which makes it plus 22 for him.
Yeah, good run for Flock. He had his eyes on Storks coming off the start, managed to avoid all of the carnage in this very location, and gained a ton of freebies as a result, and managed to get his mandatory pit stop out of the way as well. Let's see what he does here in the midst of this fight. He has got Damian Johnstone and Ben Morris fighting hard over 18th place. Morris going wide here with Johnstone trying to get it done, but Flock on the racing line. He's going to have to back off a little bit just to allow Johnstone to slot back into line through the staircase. Next chance is going to be at turn 7. Does seem like a very heavily damaged car for Ben Morris, and might only be a matter of time before Johnstone tries to put a move on him again, and Flock will be right there to take advantage. One of the few cars out here in the bottom half of the field that is still completely clean with no damage. Yeah,
it's sort of going to be a case of, I think we're going to see very few examples of cars undamaged. They probably end up being towards the front as Leonage a little deep into turn 12 there will allow Andrew Gilliam to close up the margin, who's actually been able to, or is it me, or even Leonage breaking away from Griffin Gardner despite Gardner having clean air now in that third place, which is still effective second. And yeah, a bit of a... If Leonage hadn't had that little wobble at turn 12, Gardner would have been slower still on the lap, despite having newer tyres. I mean, it's not much difference at this point, given all of the laps and such that have been done on the safety car, and the fact that we've now been going for a couple of laps again that sort of neutralises things. But it's an interesting shine here that we're really spacing out at the front once we get, well, from Stovall forwards, it spaces out, I should say, because you can see here that James Scott's certainly looking to try and get on the warpath. There's your top two at the bottom of the screen, whilst the battle for fifth at the top of your screens there.
Yeah, James Scott now trying for a move here on Jamie Stovall. Doesn't work. You mentioned Griffin Gardner going a bit slow at the moment, and I cast my mind back to the Split 2 race earlier tonight. We saw the same thing from David Coleman, didn't we? He's just been he just tried to preserve his tyres. Maybe Griffin is doing the same thing, because don't forget, everyone behind Rehan Leonage took their pit stop as soon as they could at the end of lap 2, as there goes Scott up the inside of Jamie Stovall, gets solidly into P5 now. Still got Dylan O'Shea up ahead, plugging away. But might we be beginning to see the first stages of heavy tyre conservation from Griffin Gardner, just, trying to avoid pushing the tyres as much as possible, because he knows how much longer this race has to go.
I mean, yeah, we're almost at pretty much at the halfway mark, halfway around this lap, even to be precise, if you want to do the maths on it. And even though it's only 100 Ks, actually, when you add it all up, yeah, that's going to still be a valuable or important thing to consider. I think, as you said, we saw it from Coleman in Split 2 race. This race in Split 1, temperatures actually have come back down. Track's at 37 degrees Celsius, so a bit of clouds settling in, I think, has contributed to that. As we see here, Leonage a little wide on the exit of 7 there when I looked up to it. Gilliam just finds a couple more tenths, but at the same time, Gardner is not closing in relative to your race leader just yet, though still. I wouldn't want to be in Rehan's position if I was him right now, because if he's lucky, he comes out behind Michael Whiting, and that's all the way down in 25th place.
Yeah, it's a difficult one here for Rehan. He had the chance to go in at the end of lap 2, and he would have been on the same strategy as everyone else. Unfortunately, decided to stay out, and by that point, he's pretty much locked himself into pitting under a green flag. He might still be holding out for the potential of another safety car, though, because, we all know how easily it can happen here at Belle Isle. Interestingly, though, that safety car we saw for the huge pile-up at the start of the race was the first safety car we've seen all night. Split 2, despite the large amount of incidents in it, had nothing that called for a safety car, which is a bit of an oddball scenario for this track.
Yeah. Possible drama there between Johnston and Morris. Flocking behind him, was trying to just be careful here as they keep going at it. The 033 and the 243 on board it, and there's that cutback as the concrete almost bites out of 5, and then Flock up the inside takes another spot, and will increase his gains, although a little rusty through turn 6. Packs up Morris, and also Seth Brown in behind him here as they run down towards turn number 7. On the anchors, careful for the squeeze here as Flock shifts across. Then Brown into the back of Morris here. Almost puts him in the concrete. Wallace will slip on through there, and that should finally settle things down. Yes, they all go single file through the fountain, and they spread out by about a car length each.
Wow. A shout out to Damien Johnstone. I didn't think that outside move was going to work in turn 5, but he just managed to squeeze through. And as soon as I give him a shout out, he finds the wall. So I think I better stop complimenting drivers here. But Johnstone, right now, thanks to that move, was able to get ahead. And with Flock deciding to follow him through. That backed up everyone behind, so Johnstone now enjoys a little bit more of a gap here as they come on to the 15th lap of 27. Looking a bit further forward with Kenneth Latter here in 8th spot. He's got a double ERT Commodore train behind him, Frid and Ford, and Ford is the one at most of a disadvantage here, I think. He started in 7th and now sits in 10th spot. Fred, though, gaining spots from 14th up to 9th. It's been a well-executed first part of the race here for Bailey. And Latter also making his way into the top 10. This is a battle for who will end up finding their way through to a good spot for the race to start. And Latter holding up very nicely, though we have to wait and see if Frid and Ford start getting impatient. It's a very solid team environment at Evolution Racing Team. They know not to push each other too hard. They want to try and work together to put pressure on the Synergy driver ahead of them.
Yeah, they will try and keep themselves sorted, stay single file. That's certainly the plan, though. A little wiggle there for Frid off of turn 12 there. Just gives Ladder a car length or two extra of breathing room as he works his way into turns 1 and 2 once again. I wonder if 40 might be given a chance to have a go at him here, depending on how Frid gathers things up in the next little bit here. Below saying that good to run off with turn 2 and good straight line speed. Bailey Frid there in the toe of Ken Ladder. So maybe a possibly slightly different setup approach taken by the two drivers here from ERT Reese, because it really does look like Ford was strong in end of the lap, but then straight line and also that medium speed turn 2 there advantage Frid at the very least.
We look a bit further back. We saw Bo Albert and Thomas Freeman battling. Tyler Blackburn here up ahead of Jacob O'Reilly, the striking red, black and white Simagic car, with Paul Young just in behind. Young has done a really good job at gaining spots in this race. Yeah, his car is looking very battered and bruised, but he is up 14 places at the moment. And if Blackburn and O'Reilly continue battling like they are, definitely potential for Young to slide on through to a potential 14th place finish here. Blackburn with mostly a nice clean car, and keeping an eye out here for any further issues up ahead. Albert and Freeman still battling hard up ahead. This is once again Ben Morris, and it looks like he's had a move put on him there by Vincent Skillback at turn 3. That was a little bit deep there from Vincent, but they both managed to keep it on the, is it tarmac or concrete at that stage? You honestly can't tell. Light tarmac at the very least.
Yeah, I'll go with, I think concrete is what I'd go with for that particular spot on the circuit. Yeah. I mean, in saying that, though, if you want to get a pass done and prevent the guy from getting any kind of a run back on you, that's how to set it up and execute it. I would say it's not, he didn't put him in the tyre bundle there, didn't force him into the grass on exit. It was deep enough, but still in control there. So, indeed, props to Skillbeck for that execution and denial of the counter-attack, if you will, there for Ben Morris. As we're looking here, meanwhile, the fight for 4th, which is unfortunately only between Dylan O'Shea and James Scott there. Thomas Hinz has latched on, but is 3 laps down, circulating to be classified at the end of the race, which currently is 33rd position for him at this one. Critically, Scott continuing to march forward, but yeah, O'Shea's dropped about 5.5 seconds behind Griffin Gardner, who in turn still hasn't really caught Rehan Leonard, just continuing to be at his pace. And Gilliam's stuck up behind Leonard as well too. I mean, the only possibility it seems at this rate is Leonard just keeps going long here because his pace is good. And he just happens to find a bubble that opens up. Because we're looking at around 31 seconds to transit from cone to cone in the pits. So I think the delta on pit lane here would be about 25 seconds in that case.
Yeah, that's a fair estimation.
So I'd say 25 seconds back from your race leader currently puts him between 17th and 18th. Ben Christensen and Seb Flock. And Christensen still needs to come to the pit lane and do his stop as well. The other car that did not come to the pits under yellow, as we see here. Chastanev trying to get a lineup on Morris. No dice, though, through 3 and 4 this time.
Yeah, Morris is dropping like a stone, isn't he? Already dealing with a lot of damage in a wayward handling car. Of course, the tyres will be getting to the end of their life too.
And possibly flirting with the walls there up through 5 and 6. And pushing the limits, but that can just be a figment of our visual imagination sometimes. And you have to work with it here. All right, Leonage comes to the lane. Now, hopefully for him, this will spit him out where I think it might just, which is not great, but still then gives him 9 laps to try and make a counter-offensive as he will come in, find his box, and go up on his jacks. There's sharing that pit stall tonight with Brad Vaughan in this race at least, and unfortunately for Vaughan, he's not come back out since. And down of the way, nice and quick. On the Christensen came to the pit lane as well, so that actually might just open up a bit more pocket of air for Leonage, and indeed slots in right between Seb Flock and Damien Johnson. 17th is now his on corrected order, and the field has finally, as I like to say it, Reese, been cleansed here.
Indeed. Well, it's nice fresh tyres that have been bolted on for Rehan Leonage, and considering the pace difference between he and Flock, in addition to those fresh tyres, you see Flock having a little bit of a flirtation with a drift there. I think Rehan will be able to dispatch cars pretty well coming towards the end of this race, as long as he can minimise errors. Came out in 17th spot already, making the move on Flock, wondering if part of that was a slight lift by Seb just to yield position. Yeah, he knows that Rehan is on a nice fresh set of rubber and will be pounding out those quick lap times to try and get back towards the top 10 potentially. Jacob O'Reilly in 15th spot at the moment is the next car on the radar for Leonage. Then we've got this fight here between Paul Young and Tyler Blackburn. Actually, it looks like O'Reilly has fallen away from that battle. Remember, he was in between these two last time we checked on him.
Yeah, he was. O'Shea and Scott are still in the order that we last checked in on them, but it's gotten, well, it was really close on the exit of turn 14, but good run off of turn 2 means that Scott not close enough to attack into turn 3 as we go looking out the rear of Blackburn's Commodore at what remains of the front end of Paul Young's machine. There you go, O'Reilly cross, and yeah, opens the door as well for Leonage, so drivers here willing to let him go and try and just follow him through, which, I mean, yeah, makes sense. Although Leonage certainly going to be happy, as on a replay, looks like Jamie Stolvold's robust defense, Reese, of a spot in the top 5 has unfortunately come to an end here. It's getting itself up the inside. Nothing too much more about that one in terms of counter-attack and execution. So clean, simple switch in place there between the 888 and 987.
Yeah, very well done. Rick Kuznetsov finally pulling the move off, and this is the battle just up ahead of them. Dylan O'Shea still holding off James Scott and the lapped car of Thomas Hinds, who's served his penalty for his part in the lap 1 incident. Looks like O'Shea actually getting a better exit that time by. Lovely stuff, but regardless, it seems that James Scott is just creeping up lap by lap on O'Shea. Keeping an eye on their lap times, Scott was 3/10 slower on the previous lap, but he's just able to stay in touch with O'Shea. Question is, what can Hinsey losing the rear just behind them. He manages to go into the runoff area. Oh yeah,
at turn 3 while that's happened. So change for 7th.
Yeah, and actually that's a change for position between the ERT cars as well, because Ford was behind Frid when we last checked in on this battle.
He was indeed. So there we go. 40 either, well, I would think released by Frid at some point, as Damien Johnson up towards turn 7. A moment presumably for him independent, has seen him go back to the pits by the looks of things, and oh, that's a locked set of rears. That's the tyre bundle, which isn't as bad as concrete, but, and no mechanical black flag, but enough damage, or more possibly the fact that we are only 7 laps from the finish, Johnson willing to park that one up for the rest of the evening. It finally releases Andrew Gilliam to the lead of the race. Not just effective, now actual. And Griffin Gardner, 2.3 seconds back, is matching for pace, but unfortunately, matching's not going to be enough here, Reese, for things to suddenly change up the front.
Yeah, the gap between the leaders is 2.3 seconds, close to 2.4 as well. So with 5 laps to go when they cross the line next, Griffin's going to need something along the lines of 0.5 a lap to overcome Gilliam and then some. And considering that he had that pace fall off rather early, I doubt that he has much left in the tyres to really get that done. Back with the ERT pair, with Kenneth Latter in their sandwich, it seems that Ford is starting to break away from Latter here. Some good pace being shown in the 115, and Bailey Frid hounding the back of the 269 just behind. But looks like Latter getting a slightly better exit from turn 6. Can Frid pick up anything resembling a slipstream? Well, he can't, because Latter is a little bit offline there. Manages to get onto the line nicely for the braking zone for turn 7. And actually looks like the Synergy car's really strong in this sector. Latter evidently being able to throw that car around like the ERT pair aren't quite able to.
I mean, in this particular lap there, Ford looks quite controlled through the fountain section. What looked like there, though, turn 11, Bailey Frid, he lost about a car length through the fountain, but he gains it all back on the exit of turn 11. There's a bit of sideways angle for Latter as we're going to go to Seth Brown, just in behind Chastanet and Ben Morris, looking for inside run on the 427, then bails out, but then the gap's still there.
Oh. A little bit of contact there and immediately redressed the move on Chastanet. You could argue that the gap had opened, but I think fair enough from Seth Brown to do that. Wants to avoid drawing the ire of the stewards. As we're on board with Fred briefly there, coming into turn 3, still chasing down Kenneth Latter here, and this is for 8th spot right now.
Oh, turn 1, it's gotten spicy between those 3.
Oh no. It has indeed, and that's going to bring a couple other cars into this.
Whiting, Sybaris there, I believe, in the 093 for Alpha Venturi.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so they all managed to get it pulled up for turn 3, but evidently a couple of things going very wrong for them there in the first turn. So Chastanet going for it on Morris here, but I mean, there was some overlap, but probably not quite enough.
From that angle, I'm almost thinking my first look is Morris is almost shutting the door on Chastanet. But it will come down to how the stewards look at that and say, well, was the overlap sufficient? Had he earned
I mean, he was level with the B pillar, wasn't he?
And yeah, I would argue that's probably all. Seth Brown's gone off for turn 7 momentarily, but it's just almost checked the group up here. But stay with this between O'Shea and Scott, still in the order that we left when we left them last. Been evenly matched on pace in the high 131s currently. Okay, no, it's getting worse.
Yeah,
it's getting worse.
Chastanet's been turned. Manages to get it
Carrera
going.
with a tow request in the 61, and that's over near turn 4.
Okay. Yeah, that's a bit of a dangerous spot, but he's right by an opening in the concrete, so I would say race control will just let him escape back to the pits without bringing out the safety car. But wow, this fight has just gotten even more intense, with Chastanet still looking to recover side by side from the 2 cars behind. It's Nixon and Schultz, and it looks like Nixon getting the job done there. Ben Christensen involved in all of this as well. These guys are fighting for the last few positions inside the top 30 as Morris then protects his position from Michael Whiting. But Whiting's continuing to fight him as we check out what happened here for Shasty. He ends up sticking it up the inside here of Sybaris, but Sybaris spins, and then it gets even worse. The contact just turns into half T-bone there for Chastanet, which ends up losing him even more spots.
Yeah, I mean, if you want, it's kind of it starts all the way back at turn 7, but realistically, that'll do us for examining that one there. Now, hello, what's happened? Scott, that both Kuznetsov and Stovall have suddenly come into the equation. They did a 133, both of them on the last lap. So whilst we're looking at replays, your drivers in third and fourth have
was
hit
it
the
turn
anchors.
11? Turn 11, lap 24. Scott tried to go for the move on O'Shea, and they ended up making big contact. Maybe not big contact, but enough to lose them a ton of time.
Oh, yeah, that was certainly a moment. Just checked it there myself on the replay. Yeah, big lunge from James Scott to try and finally break the deadlock here, but he's out so wide. Then, shoots by the apex, and then it's a very painfully slow crawl around turn 11. Meter go to live pitches because McNamara is forcing the issue on Scott.
Oh, yeah.
Hip and shoulder up the inside there for the Triple Eight. So that's not McNamara, apologies. Rick Kuznetsov, who's still going. Oh, Kuznetsov hits the wall on his own.
Oh, we talked about the places where the wall juts out. That's exactly what happened to Rick Kuznetsov. It looked like a great line through turn 7, but he just caught that corner of the concrete on the way out, and that just smacked him over to the left.
Yeah, Scott made sure to leave him the space, but as you said, Kuznetsov pushing to hold on to that spot, execute the line and maximum speed, but nope, can do. And that will now see the Triple Eight tumble down to 13th position, just ahead of Jacob O'Reilly. Which now puts him behind Leonage, who's gotten past Bo Albert in the meantime as well. So Leonage is in 11th. Probably not got time, unfortunately, to catch Freeman and Hobbo. He's got 2 laps left in this race, and on the last lap, he did pull about a second. He did pull just about a second on the cars ahead of him, but that's not going to quite be enough as a result. He'll basically get to their bumpers as they cross the line. But look at that ladder, and 40 going at it is the 269 back in front there, Reese.
All right. So evidently, Ian Ford not having the best of runs there. He actually ran wide in turn 3. Overshot the braking zone a bit, had a slight micro lock-up, and even got into the tyre barrier slightly. Ladder was right there to take advantage.
And if these 3 fight, bring Hobbo and Freeman into this, and they all start checking up, maybe Rehan gets a chance at Freeman's position here at the back of the group. Or something more dramatic happens, and we're talking more than just a single place gained here for that 79. He also got up ahead of this group. Jamie Stovall's giving James Scott a proper run for his money here at the end of this race. It feels as though maybe the 088 with a line. He's burned something fierce off those tyres. We just saw there for a moment. Gilliam has taken the white flag with Barney out front as Kim and Griffin Garner continue in lockstep, faster than anyone else pretty much at this stage in the race. And then this pack of cars makes their way to take the white flag as well.
And speaking of that pack, look who's just had the fastest lap there, and creeping up on the back of this pack, Rehan Leonage. If something happens in this pack, he can gain an advantage here as Stovall trying on the back of James Scott. It's not going to happen coming into turn 3. That's the best overtaking opportunity on the lap. Leonage.
Hobbo in deep.
Oh yeah, he's in very deep as Hobbo. That just brings Leonage ever closer, trying to get into the top 10 after an unfortunate strategy bungle. But now the exit of turn 6 between Gilliam,
Scott and
between Scott and Stovall. It'll all be about turn 7 here. So, it looks like just not enough room to get the move done. Leonage right on the back of this pack. Hobbo's now starting to try on Bailey Fred. There isn't going to be an opportunity to get by at this corner, but if he gets a good exit from turn 11, might be able to lunge up the inside at the last couple of turns. Up the front, though, Andrew Gilliam coming to the finish, and he is going to take the first race win of the night here at Belle Isle. Beautiful performance. Griffin Gardner 2.5 seconds behind, and O'Shea looks like is going to complete the podium. And it seems that James Scott, just behind him, has done just enough to keep Jamie Stovall behind. Very good finish from both of those, but it was so close at the end.
And Leonage is been on the bumper of Freeman, but such a tight track, can't find the way through. We'll have to settle for the first spot outside the top 10, although he certainly tried there towards the end, as O'Reilly has been actually caught up to Kuznetsov at the end of that race there. as Siberis has gone around, unfortunately for him, at turn 7. We'll limp that car back towards the pits, I would presume. Last drivers here on the lead lap, winding their way around turns 12 and 13. On the back here, Ben Morris, who's now down in 21st. Cameron Jones in behind will be close, but not able to set a run up there. A short blast to the line off 13. So that will now pretty much bring us to our top 30 complete here. And in a moment's time, we will head to those race results.
Yeah, that we will. So Andrew Gilliam with an excellent run here, getting given the lead back after those unfortunate pit exit infringements from cars ahead of him under the safety car. He does take the win in 45 minutes and 39.8 seconds. And Griffin Gardner coming home in second spot with, of course, Dylan O'Shea completing the podium up from 6th. It was a good drive from O'Shea with Scott and Stovall rounding out the top 5. Big shout out to Jamie as well. Very good run there. Kenneth Latta up from 12th to 6th. Congratulations there. Ian Ford finishes where he started in 7th place with Bailey Frid coming home in 8th position. Hobson and Freeman round out the top 10. And especially good drive from Freeman because he started in 26th.
He did, but it's not the biggest mover of the race. We'll get to him in a second as Rehan Leonage, unfortunately, put himself in the wrong strategic position and has to settle for an 11th place finish and therefore a P11 start for the second race coming up soon. Bo Albert, damaged car there by the looks of things from everything that happened. One, I believe. So we'll stay. Actually, Gaines still in the process, 6 spots to finish 12th, mind you. Then you've got Rick Kuznetsov with that contact there with the wall, unfortunately knocking him back to 13th, which is actually 2 steps down where he started things off. Jake O'Reilly there was close, but not quite able to run him down to the line. Gaining 5 spots to his name. And from the very last spot on the grid, Sebastian Flock makes it up from 42nd to 15th. Able to just avoid the carnage. I think keep his car pretty much clean, which was probably the secret to his success there. So now in the thick of it for the race to start. When we get to that one there, he'll be sharing the 8th row with Tyler Blackburn there, who came home behind in 16th. Paul Young there, just behind Blackburn as well for 17th place. Justin Wallace just split to race winner, gains 5 spots to get himself up to 8th, despite being in it and getting damaged there at the start of the race too. Vincent Skilbeck, another big mover, also from P40 to P19, so plus 21 is certainly no mean feat for him either there. And Seth Brown to round out your top 20 from 41st place there, Reese.
Yeah, Ben Morris comes home in 21st, and then Cameron Jones, one of the drivers involved in the incident that brought out the safety car right at the start of the race. Whiting and Shastanev come home ahead of Ben Christensen, who was one of 2 cars not to pit under safety car, the other, of course, being Leonage. 25th place for him in the end after being involved in a couple of incidents on the way out. Connor Nixon, Chad Lewis, Craig Schultz, Brett Loxton, and Jordan Siberis will round out your top 30. Tough races for all of them, and just like in Split 2, the top 30 were all finishing on the lead lap.
They were indeed, but unlike our couple of drives in Split 1, we go straight to 3 laps down. But classified, mind you, for Thomas Hins there and Zach McDonald, 31st and 32nd to their name. Dylan Pereira at 7 laps down might just sneak into the equation there. Yes, he will. Because 20 laps out of 27 will satisfy that one there. As will Damian Johnson in 34th position. But from there, Benjamin Smith, 12 laps shy, will not be classified. So 35th on down will get 0 points. So Smith, Luke Mitchelson behind him, Brad Vaughan behind him also, Sean McNamara, Teo Sorono. And then we have to flip over the page to dodge past the safety car to pick up our final 3 drivers of Mike Taliancic, Robbie Gibbs, and Hayden Harrison, who did not complete much more than 1, if any, laps in this one. Critically, Reese, we didn't get a chance to talk about during the race. That's a big fat 0 points for Robbie Gibbs, who was P2 coming into tonight. So we look forward to seeing Belle Isle be chalked up as his one of his drop rounds for the season. And with that one there, I think it's time for us to take a short break here at SimSpeed TV, Reese. Couple of ads here, and then we'll get straight into the action for the main race to wrap things up here at Belle Isle for V8 SCOPS.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
You're watching SimSpeed TV, and wow, what an excellent job it was from Andrew Gilliam. Those are his victory celebrations after taking the first win of the night here in round 8 of the Detroit Grand Prix at Belle Isle for the 2023 V8 SCOPS season. And what a drive it was indeed. It's going to be an interesting one, Dan, here in race 2. We've got another race coming up that's 10 laps longer, 140 Ks long, but the strategy mandatory parts remain the same. Minimum 2-tire compulsory pit stop between the end of the second lap and the end of the penultimate lap as well.
Yeah, I actually made a bit of a solid furphy on that one earlier because I thought it was 2 27-lap races. Didn't even open the race info tab before I decided to blurt that one out there. So, same, but not quite, basically. Be curious to see how drivers choose to play things in that case. Track position seemed really critical with a green flag run in split 2. Obviously, if a safety car comes out, should be a game of everyone dives to the pits and sorts that one out. And I think, yeah, the drivers who didn't, namely, was only 2 in Rayhan Leonage and Benny Christensen, they almost certainly be trying to do things a little differently in that case. We'll quickly flick you through a couple of the drivers here at the top of the order because we're going to have ourselves a 60-second grid hold. So nice, short and sharp before we get straight into our final race of the evening. Results from race 1, set them here for race 2. So Gilliam and Gardner will start on the front row for this final race of the night. They'll be followed away by pardon me if I get the results correctly on mine. Dylan O'Shea with James Scott trying to chase him down there. Jamie Stovall and Ken Latta out of row number 3. Ian Ford, Bailey Frid going to make it all ERT on the 4th row. Brenton Hobson and Tom Freeman to round out your top 10 there. And then we'll look to see Rehan Leonage behind him on the starting grid in a moment here, Reese. But yeah, 42 drivers once again going to be going at it flat chat as they are about to get ready to put the pedal to the metal once more.
Yeah, absolutely. There's drivers like Sebastian Flock who'll be looking to make up further ground here as the revs rise. It is Gilliam versus Gardner on the front row, and the green flag flies. We are away. Lovely even start from our front rows, but it looks like Kenneth Latta didn't get too good of a start. Bailey Frid and Brenton Hobson getting ahead of him there, as well as Rehan Leonage, who's already trying to make his way up here.
We got one half around in form of Michael Whiting, one around is Craig Schultz. Oh, there we go. It's happened at turn 2 this time.
Oh,
at least
dear.
4 or 5 cars.
Oh,
Johnston McDonald pinned in at the wall. Pereira and Christensen getting entangled with each other on the run of turn 3. I think it was Craig Schultz of the 9.5 cars. Yep, Schultz. Sabaris is massively damaged. Vaughan is heavily damaged. And, it's not caused a track blocker, but we got close.
Yeah, it all started with Michael Whiting getting bumped by Ben Christensen in turn 1, and unfortunately Schultz collected the both of them, and that just made things even worse from there. But there is no call for a safety car, as Sean McNamara potentially having some issues there at turn 7. He ends up gathering it up, but wow, okay, another chaotic start here at Belle Isle as now Bo Albert is trying to pressure Kenneth Latta for position.
Yeah, and you see at the top of the screen, triple one. Just Teo Serrano is going to have to come to the pit lane for jumping the start. Damien Johnson, mechanical black flag. Same for Benjamin Smith, Luke Mitchinson, Craig Schultz, Jordan Sabaris, and Zach McDonald. I can tell you that Johnson is limping around with a smoking motor on the back straight away here. So hasn't quite coughed and died completely. Mitchinson's going super slow off of turn 11. And apparently he's gone. He is offline, but stuck in a part of the track with concrete walls either side. I would presume this means another safety car here on lap 2.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I made an utterance there because I saw Sebastian Flock getting into the wall at turn 2. He's obviously pushing incredibly hard here, down one spot. And they're about to come up here to that car.
Safety
car has been called. Yep, there we go. Right in time. Everyone has to slow up now. Try and find their way past this this stricken car here. Very difficult to work out for Luke Mitchinson because, it's at a very bad spot between turns 11 and 12. This is what ended up happening for Craig Schultz. The 2 cars getting involved ahead of him, and he actually avoids them, but then looks like Hinsey actually getting into him, and that ultimately is what caused the big crush.
Yeah, you had Christensen, Whiting, and I'm already unfortunately lost on who that was that was involved in the initial part of the turn 1 squeezes. Oh, there's Johnson just getting his car back to the pits.
Again, Leonage avoids the pits.
Now, this could work in his favour later on, but we saw how hard it was to pass with Chad. Lewis has gone off and is down at turn 3 on his own. So Albert's going to go and play the game. Leonage, Albert, Skilbeck, Christensen, Loxton, Gibbs all choose to stay out here. And then it's Gilliam who passes on by as the leader, effective leader of the race.
Okay, so repeat from the first race here for Rehan Leonage. I mean, he was able to get into the top 10 in the end, despite missing the pits under safety car. Maybe he's hoping that something similar will happen, or that there is another safety car brought out that'll allow him to get all of that out of the way. But it's all going to depend on timing if that's the case.
I think it could work better for him here in this race being 10 laps longer.
Yeah.
Stretch this opening stand. It also may be a case of, well, fuel tank, they should be okay to make it, as they don't have any tank restrictions this week. So they can start with 111 litres of fuel and top the car up under the pit stop there. Just confirming, yeah, no fuel restrictions. And so by my expectation, everyone should be good on fuel, as I'll now dawdle around. So there we go. That's Chad Lewis actually diving in out of order. So pardon me there for looking at that one.
Lewis was a lap down at the time, or close to at least. I think one of the many cars involved in the incident to open these laps up. So now we have a few more drivers that have elected not to take to the lane under this early safety car. Leonage, Albert, Skilbeck, Christensen, Loxton, and Gibbs. So Leonage is not as alone as he was in race 1, with only Ben Christensen joining him that time. But those two now joined by 4 more, which could make the rest of the race ever more interesting for all of those drivers involved.
Yeah, more cars out here tonight, which is going to be interesting. More cars that stayed out is the important word there. And how Gilliam might choose to go about this. He obviously didn't have any as much to deal with in race 1. Questions aplenty indeed.
Yeah, this is a lot to consider in the midst of everything going on. So lap 4 of 37 here under safety car, and I think with Mitchinson now back in the pits, we should be going green at the end of this lap now that the hazard has been cleared. So Ryan Leonage already weaving his car to try and build some heat into those tyres again. This is going to be a tough one, but it's going to be even tougher for everyone behind him. Andrew Gilliam leading the charge of the cars that have pitted. Going to have to work his way through many more cars than he did last time by. So keep your eyes peeled on this top pack as we get things going again for round 8 of V8SCOPS here at Detroit Belle Isle. The safety car will start to pull away from here potentially, at the very least out of turn 12. And then it'll all fall under Rayan Leonage. And remember that he went very late off the call of the green flag. But actually, it looks like the safety car will be staying out for another lap here.
Yeah, we just had an order change between Teo Sorono and Seth Brown, as Christensen will bail on the strategy of going earlier here. That makes me wonder if perhaps the fuel mileage then would be in question. Because you wouldn't come down like this if you thought if you had a different strategy in mind.
Yeah.
So he's going to take a lot of pain now, and we'll filter back to effectively dead last. But yeah, I can see his pit stop's gone past 12, 13 seconds, so topping the tank off a little bit more than what the tyres can that, or damage repair as well for Christensen for getting, because he was involved in the three-wide squish at turn 1. So definitely could be a bit of that there too. So actually, yeah, combination of factors are going to be a little unclear with someone like Christensen and Schultz too in behind him, and pitting as well. So
he's been in there for a while now. I mean, yeah, he might be getting damage repaired, but it shouldn't take close to a minute unless it's really heavy damage that we haven't been able to see.
Yeah, it could be something. He's just pulled away from his box now. So I would think that is doing full damage repair on the car since he could afford to do so. Just he's now going to have to restart this race in 32nd position and now take his time to catch up to the field, but be there when we go racing. So that makes life easier for Andrew Gilliam. There's now only 5 cars in front of him who haven't pitted yet and have gone contrary to the leader's strategy in this one. Leonage should have a clear shot at this one here once again, but even with a clear shot, we saw that it hurt to come in late. And yes, I've been saying maybe with an extra 10 laps in this race here, it could benefit him in the long run to pit somewhere more towards the middle. But he's got his work cut out for him once again here.
That he has. Well, pace car has pulled away, and it falls under Rayan Leonage now. Coming through these last couple of turns, they'll enter the restart zone around about where the pit lane begins. But how early will Leonage decide to go? He knows how much of a threat Beau Albert can be. He may only be a privateer now, Beau, but he has lost none of the pace that he has held for many years. Leonage again leaving it very late here to get things going, waiting for the call of the green flag, and we are away. Back to green flag running at Detroit. And James Scott already trying to protect from Griffin Gardner further back in the field. Everyone making it through turn 1 cleanly. And exit of turn 2 seems pretty clear to me for the rest of the drivers as well. Brad Vaughan comes back out, and actually looks to me like Ben Christensen has managed to get back out as well into 32nd spot. He's down with Jordan Saberis and Teo Sorono, who's just made his way past. Fighting hard here with Robbie Gibbs and Vincent Skilbeck, and these are drivers that have yet to come into the lane. Andrew Gilliam, the effective race leader, he's got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, Loxton got through on Skilbeck turns 3 and 4. Gibbs looking for a way through as well. Oh, it's a wobble and a half. You don't need on the brakes here. He'll go in deeper as well, but he gets it pulled up though for turn 7. So place gained. But what this is doing is it's a free kick for Rayan Leonage and Beau Albert, the two who are at the front of this group, because it's just slowing the pack down that little bit. And 3 tenths, 3 seconds, yeah, they'll take every single bit of it here as we lose Skilbeck for a moment there off of turn 11. Your drivers here on fresh tyres, yet to make a move on any of the top 5 here just yet. All the shuffling there happening amongst our leading group who owe us that pit stop. Still, we will get ourselves another lap of green flag running on the board. And with that, Leonage actually goes fast to everyone, despite putting the hammer down pretty much at the line wall. That makes a lot of sense given the safety car was called middle of lap 2 anyways. So Gilliam looking to the inside of Skilbeck. He's there. He's coming under brakes, Reese, and Christensen and Siberus at turn 2. They've gone around, and it's caught one of the Race on Oz Mustangs of Ben Smith.
Oh, Christensen again. This night has just not gone his way. Look at how frustrated he is. He does get back going, but there's more heavy damage there, and evidently he has quite a few things to say about that. Thank goodness we don't have microphone feeds coming in from the drivers on Zoom. Otherwise, we might get this broadcast removed from the platforms.
I have to say, it's all of his own doing, Reese. We'll get a replay hopefully when we can, but he put himself in a rough spot and then just lost it over the bumps at turn 2. Trying to, because he was offline at the time being. All right, so Gilliam Scott through on Skilbeck. Griffin Gardner, it's his turn to try and find his way through next here, past the 091, who's definitely struggling the most out of this bunch here at the front of the field. Here comes that replay here. Thank you very much, Mr. Kennedy. So, up the inside of Seth Brown, he tried, Reese, but couldn't get there at turn 1. Then
he was bumped wide.
A little bit of a bump, or just held out wide this here. Wobble into the Teo Sorono, and Siberus behind, no time to respond. Ben Smith goes through and smacks the concrete wall for his troubles as well in the process.
And he's crabbing hard. I think he's got a mechanical black flag. He has. Both he and Jordan Saberis. Car stopped, meanwhile. Smith, yeah, Benjamin Smith. That's at the exit of turn 11. Might this be the second safety car that Ray and Leonage and co have been hoping for?
Well, I'm not sure they really want it, Reese, because it just stacks the field up again.
Yeah, it's too early, isn't it? Everyone's still together.
They'd much rather this happen later on when, things have spaced out and people have got going. Well, no call.
Safety car
and
called.
There it is. It has been called. So, unfortunately, the gift that was the drivers working their way through on drivers like Vincent Skilbeck has now been erased. See here, though, he is allowed to push on. We don't obviously have things like delta times that have to be met here under safety car periods. So see here, if he just goes flat to the fore and just goes straight for the pits now, get this done, even though it is early in the race, 30 laps to go. Take the pain, take the penalty now, and at least be able to work your way through the field here. Nope, he will continue with the same strategy as early on. And stays out at the front. In fact, all of your top 4 who are yet to pit.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
Skilbeck is the only one who folds.
Yeah, okay. Well, Skilbeck is a bit out of position, so this'll likely help him in the long run. It'll put him back more where he usually finds himself. Though he did have a very good run in the last race, solid midfield finish in race 1. But with everyone else ahead of him with tyres about 6 laps older than him, he should have a good advantage in the middle of the race. And I think at this point, what Leonage, Albert, Loxton and Gibbs are banking on is there being yet another safety car. We always say that safety cars breed safety cars. Doesn't matter the form of motorsport. That tends to ring true, especially in sim racing. So they're probably hoping that there'll be a long green flag run after this, and then maybe as fatigue sets in for the drivers, there's another incident or someone blows an engine or something like that that has to bring that safety car back out onto the circuit.
Yeah. And just listening into Ben Smith's car, because I didn't see it blow up on screen. I can hear it struggling a lot as he tried to drive it back to the pits. He got to the end of the back straight at least before anything happened. I'm just seeing maybe it goes on downshifting through the fountain maybe. Yeah, not hearing any engine blow up, as it were.
Yeah, it's weird. I think he was involved in that in the incident at the exit of turn 2. He did try to continue, but maybe he saw the temperatures rising or something like that, and elected to just park it. I'm not quite sure.
There's a lot of possibilities. We don't obviously get a chance to see the feeds that the drivers would get from their dashboards and in-game data. Yeah. He moved over for a car that wasn't damaged, and engine, just basically wound down without going pop. I don't know if it's entirely possible. I don't know if it's possible for the engine to expire without exploding in that case. But yeah. Either way, the result is a safety car because he was out on track on the other side of the track from the gap in the wall there at turn 11. And that will be his race done for the evening. And we're yet to wait and see when will Rehan Leonage choose to make a pit stop in this one. Track temperature has actually gone up to the highest I've seen all night at 43 degrees Celsius whilst everything's been happening here, Reese. So this could be beneficial for him again in the sense that, pit later. Get those fresh tyres on. But again, he's going to need a long run here. Probably talking 20 laps, I'd say, Reese. And he's going to need Robbie Gibbs, Loxton and Albert to all stay out behind him and all fight the cars behind him as well to get any meaningful benefit, at least compared to those who he would like to be racing and the drivers who have the pace to run with him on a championship position as well.
A lot of intrigue to come out of Belle Isle so far. I'm just interested to see how much difficulty Gilliam has trying to work his way through these drivers in front of him, between him and Leonage, because they are a bit closer to him in pace than he might like. So if Leonage can get a good start here and still set super quick lap times, he might be able to get a good gap. And depending on the timing of a safety car, still keep himself in the top 10. It's all hypotheticals, it's all potentials at this stage. We're not even at the halfway point of this race. Beau Albert already making his intentions known there, almost drawing alongside Leonage. On the way up to the green flag, which is taken now. Leonage goes a bit earlier than he has otherwise. And into turn 1 they come. Albert running a tiny bit deep in turn 1, but gathers it back up for turn 2. Leonage still with a couple of car lengths gap, has the gap he needs, and we know that he is quicker than Beau Albert. But Robert Gibbs already trying to make moves here, trying on Brett Loxton for 3rd place. Loxton goes nice and wide to let him through, and Gilliam sees the opportunity. So does James Scott. But will Scott be able to get by by the time they get to turn 4? No. So that's a further dent there for the man who ended up taking pole position for race 1. Takes him a couple of turns, but he does end up getting past Loxton in the end. Nice move up the inside of turn 6. That's bad for Loxton, though. It's cost him his exit, and that could bring Griffin Gardner and Dylan O'Shea into the equation as well, as Gilliam now has a bit of a gap ahead of him to try and keep up the pace. Only 2 cars in between himself and Rehan Leonage now. Of course, Leonage, Albert and Gibbs all have yet to come into the lane. Now O'Shea on Loxton. Wasn't quite able to get past him on the way into turn 7. Griffin Gardner did. We'll see how far down he ends up dropping by the time we get to the next couple of laps.
Plenty of action further on back as well. Mostly single file for the time being here. Back half of the restart lap, but there's a couple of close calls with some elbows being pushed outward, but all under control here as one such battle pack is for 19th through 22nd. Cameron Jones is ahead of the 2 Race on Oz cars here of Justin Wallace and Tyler Blackburn. Chasniff that we right on board with here at the back of this quartet. For now, behind him is now Mike Taliancic, who slots in behind him in the 777, trying to make his way forward after early retirement in race 1. You can see their chassis looking at turn 6, but no dice there. But those kind of moves there, obviously, might cost you a couple of hundreds in terms of the ideal line into the corner. Is further up the road and forward inside of Holbo. Not going to be able to make a move stick there though, Reese, so they'll still single file through into the fountain.
Yeah, difficult to pass in this section, if not outright impossible. And as we saw from James Scott on Dylan O'Shea last race, this corner, I mean, it is possible to fling it up the inside. Whether or not you make the apex is a different matter entirely. So now 40's going to have to wait a couple more corners to try and get past Hobbo. They're both looking good for top 10 positions at this point, considering that the top 3 and Brett Loxton 7th still have yet to come into the lane. So that's potential for at least 3 positions gained for both of them. They've just got to make sure to try and stay out of each other's hair, have a clean race. It's all about survival at a track like this, where there's nothing to save you if you make a mistake. 40 has a slight look there at Hobbo. He looks like he's gone a little bit deep. Oh, he was a bit later on the brakes, but just managed to make the apex.
Close indeed, but indeed not quite. Continue single file through here, getting close again to that concrete on the right side and exit of turn 5. A lot of cars there apparently brushing up against the wall. Entry to turn 6, though, that isn't quite the case. As they don't see anyone in this part of the track lining up for a run. The front of the field, it's about a second for Rehan Leonage on Bo Albert. About half a second then to Robbie Gibbs. And then half a second again to Gilliam as our first driver on fresher tyres at this point. It's not quite going to... well, as the race goes on, I should say, the differences will decrease. And on that last lap, at least, it is advantage Leonage for the time being. Clean Air doing its bit. But we'll see here in a second. Laps will update. That's a bit of a drop there of half a second for Leonage, Reese. And Gilliam's time barely shifted, if I'm reading that right.
Yeah, looks like it. Gilliam taking 3/10 out of Leonage that time around. We got to think as well, you know, those drivers in the field coming in under the safety car. The tires will have will still be in their optimum phase of grip, I would think. But Leonage and those who didn't pit, they'll have the slight advantage of going slowly under the safety car. That'll bring the temperature of the tyres down, and that will allow them to preserve a bit more pace in the first few laps of this green flag run. We will start seeing the differences really come into effect once we reach, I'd say, about 5 laps green.
Yeah. I'm of the mind that the longer this race goes on, the benefits will reduce. Here as Michael Whiting just jumped on the buzzer about something. I'm just going to quickly see if I can find what that is for us. Looks like it's a moment down at turn 3, but he's been given a bit of a punt on, and it did cost him a spot in the process. So see if anything comes of that as we watch the drivers otherwise continue to fan out of the fountain once more here. And up into 12 and 13 here. Lean on the left side tyres. Get out to that concrete wall. But don't get too close as 40's close to Hobbo again. And they've got Kuznetsov right behind as well. So the battle for 10th might be starting to heat up here in the next couple of turns.
Oh, yeah, bumper to bumper between Ian Ford and Brenton Hobson. And there's Kuznetsov looking for it. Any of them going to try and make a pass here? Well, Ford definitely has a look on Hobbo. That was half to protect from Kuznetsov as well, but hey, getting the move done here. Oh no, that's bumped Hobbo slightly wide and into the tyre barrier. He has to give up the position to Ladder. The contact between the teammates. I don't think Hobbo will be too happy with that. That's opened him up to an attack here. The number 6 of Thomas Freeman trying to take advantage, but was not able to. Still mired back there with Paul Young, Jacob O'Reilly, Sebastian Flock, and Cameron Jones as well. So replay on the bottom of your screen here. We're just hearing Vincent Skilbeck. Something's gone wrong from here at turn 3. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what Whiting was on the blower to race control about. Skilbeck just way too late into the braking zone there.
Trouble for Pereira in the exit of turn 7.
Oh, no.
Decides to join the Commodore Cruise Converts, or is it just Commodore Coupe? Or one of the two. There. Unfortunately, just going to quickly see myself if he's had some help there. Apparently
James Scott is ahead of Andrew Gilliam, and
is.
We're going to see why, apparently.
Can also confirm that whilst the replay is coming, Pereira unfortunately doing what Rick Kuznetsov did in race 1 into hot at turn 7. Was actually a little locked up on the rears under braking though, so it was a bit different in that sense, but same outcome. Found that was
God.
So Gilliam trying on Gibbs, but can't make it stick, and the door's still open because he's got overlap, and Scott says, free door, I'll take it, thank you very much, by the looks of things there, although he's got to finish the job around the fountain here.
Yep, inside line there. Gilliam almost gets into the back of him, but that is the effective race lead changed. James Scott now ahead of Andrew Gilliam, and that will be the race for the win when the drivers in front eventually take their pit stops.
All right, let's see what James Scott can do. He got stuck behind Dylan O'Shea in race 1. This time behind Gibbs, who's backing them up there as he tries to get a square exit off of 11. So Scott into Gibbs there, and Gilliam pretty much into the back of Scott for good measure. Down the front straight they go, though. And Scott close at the moment, but surely looking to set up for turn 3. You would think, although Gilliam, you can see in deep through 1 to try and carry the speed. That's going to hurt him, though, through turn 2. Surely wiggle for Scott, but he's still close, and he'll have the toe here as the speed picks up. Yep. Goes to the left, surely. Nope, Gibbs will defend right down the middle of the road, so that's going to cut off a crossback, but he's in too hot.
Deep.
Oh, and he finds the tyres for good measure.
Oh, don't reverse there. Careful. Oh, that was very lucky. Drivers having to check up behind Kuznetsov and Fred. That's Ford, sorry. Goodness me, okay, he's back with his teammates now.
Here comes Fred, though.
Mm-hmm. Well, it looks like Gibbs just keeping the position there through turn 5 as we get a 5-second time penalty for Vincent Skilbeck for that contact with Michael Whiting.
Yep, not a big surprise there because Skilbeck didn't gain the spot off of Whiting, but Whiting did lose the spot. It was to Taliancic potentially back there. Actually, no, it would have been Teo Serrano, apologies. Back there in what is currently 28th and co. But we keep watching this scrap here now as they try and well, Robbie Gibbs tries to reset in amongst this train. Let's make it now, the Gibbs, the Ford, Gibbs, Fred, ERT trio. As they wind out at the fountain once again, coming up to 20 laps to go here in this race as they cross the line. Still have our top 2, plus Loxton down in 7th and Gibbs there in 11th, who owe us a pit stop. Status update on Justin Wallace, currently sitting in P20. Has lost 2 spots since the start of the race. Has the number 13, but currently got Blackburn shadowing him behind, also with Chastaneff, although in this case it looks like Blackburn under pressure around the outside at 3. Chassis can't make that work as they then single file it out again. Behind, probably that's Seth Brown and Hayden Harrison entangling on the exit of the corner there, Reese.
Yeah, it is. That's no good there for Seth. Fortunately, he has a gap to work into to get back going, and I think that was I don't know how to call that, because Hayden Harrison, he was trying to hold the outside of turn 3 here as Brown tried to make the move, and then it's on the exit that they make contact. At that point, I think if there was a penalty, it'd probably go to Harrison, because the move had already been made there for Seth Brown, and it was straight up rear quarter contact on the exit.
Okay, that angle didn't quite tell us how far, couldn't really tell us how far up the hit happened, but I guess, yeah, at that point, there sort of needs the... On one hand, there's a point where, yeah, if you're the car on the outside, you should think about yielding. Essentially, we'll go on board here to see. Yeah, at that point, yeah. Agreed. Seth Brown is pretty much entirely... I mean, if you want to be extra sure when you're someone... Well, I would say if you're in Seth's position in that point, you leave the cars with just in case.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we're in a race, and you're not necessarily... You're not always... Yeah, if you sacrifice that outside and the ideal entry into turn 4, that could mean things. We've got 2x2 into turn 3. Wallace and Flock exchange positions. Chastaneff and Blackburn swap as well.
Nice job there from Shasti. Evidently, the outside can work there at turn 3.
It's really showing up as a favoured option here, as drivers are able to just stay on the racing line, square the corner, use that exit curb to good effect. Gap up to 3 seconds between Leonage and James Scott Reese, but Scott with the faster time last trip around the circuit, although still got Bo Albert to pass by at some point here. As we see, that gap's been absolutely chewed up by James on Bo. But presuming another turn 3 manoeuvre will be coming here in short order. yet to see how things go. As little wiggle for Albert off of turn 2. Scott looks left of the track. There comes the cross back to the inside. Albert gives the space, only just though, and that's going to check up Scott on the exit there. Gilliam though, not close enough to make the move there. As we're told, issue for Seb Block, which sees him back in the pit lane once again.
Yes, that's not what we expected. Sorry, I dropped from Discord for a second there. I was going to say that Belle Albert's pace has just dropped like a rock, and he's under a lot of threat now for this position here as Gilliam. Have a look at that. He's still not done with James Scott, is he? I mean, if you're in Gilliam's position, what do you do? If the lot of you are getting held up by a car that has yet to come in for a stop, I mean, do you go for the move now on James Scott, or do you wait? Do you wait for that car to get into the lane and possibly risk not having the tire life needed to try and make that move?
Yeah, this whole game of how long of a game are you willing to play here tonight, and as it stands, I'd say.
I've also just seen that Rayan Leonage got into the wall on the exit of turn 12, and that looked like a pretty hefty hit. So potentially
that cost him a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, our race leader is potentially in trouble here.
Yeah. Again, tires wearing down. I mean, they should be starting to wear down for everyone else, as it sounds like.
Have a look at this.
Have the replay. He looked a little closer to the turn 5 entry wall. Yep, that's offline. And how square is the hit?
Oh,
fairly square, but even so, that is a good chunk of damage that he's going to have to now nurse home. As on board, the steering might still be mostly straight, but that's going to be. And look how much time he's lost on this lap alone.
Yeah,
that is
starting
hurting
to struggle.
him.
Seems a little wide again, coming into the fountain section at least. Managed to nail the apex in the double left, but man, is there anything that Rayan Leonage can do to maintain a good position here? Definitely a bit of right hand down. It's only by a degree or two, but it's enough to be felt. Belle Albert now still under massive pressure from James Scott, but they stay out of the pits again. Leonage driving to a number here at the moment, I think, or at least trying his best to extend that tyre life as much as possible. But with that damage, if he elects to repair that damage, that's going to cost him even more in the pit stop. So are you willing to nurse that damaged car to the end?
Well, looks like he's going to, but he's down on speed a lot too. It's not just cornering now. I mean, it was a hefty whack. Straight into bare concrete, and the entire side of the car took the hit, and it's going to add up now. So see here if whether it be Belle Albert to lead a lap of this race, or whether it be James Scott straight to the lead here, depending on the order of operations on the passing. As Albert going to defend from Scott, or at least straighten the entry to turn 7 for him, as we look out off the rear wing of the 06. Back to Scott, and he's now right on the gearbox of the number 79 Phoenix Racing Team machine here. Ease their way around the fountain once more. Top 5 unbroken in a line. That's about 1.3 seconds back to Dylan O'Shea in P6. We are down to just 4 cars. Well, sorry, I should say still got 4 cars. That was a pit stop here, Reese. Yeah, Loxton just saw at the back of the shot. Okay, there we go, indeed. Leonage bids farewell. Albert will be classified as leading the lap.
Yeah, so this is the question now. How...
He's loose at turn 2 there.
Yeah. Bo's still trying to hold on to this, and Scott pulls out late to try and complete the maneuver, but it's still defensive from Belle Albert. Leonage gets his pit stop done in 10 seconds. He did not repair the damage. So that, and he's down in P28 now coming out of the pits. So His only real chance here is another safety car to bring the whole field back together, and then he can try and gain a few more spots. But at this point, I don't see Leonage getting back into the top 10.
No, I don't either. Fresh tyres are only good for so much. He lost a lot of straight line speed. As we see here, defensive again from Albert. That gets him a little loose into turn 7. Right on the limit of what he's got left underneath him as James Scott. It's almost like a blowtorch being steadily applied to the rear bumper there. And if he keeps this up, something's going to have to give. We just don't know exactly when. Struggle off of turn 11, but not enough for Scott to be alongside or anything slightly out of the ordinary. So again, it'll all be about the setup surely for turn 3. The wiggle there off 13. No, it's enough to allow him to, Albert that is, to stay ahead. So, yeah, once again, turn 3 incoming. Although we saw Bo was willing to run the wall down the inside as Gilliam there gets close. Reese carries the speed through turn 1, but how much does it hurt his turn 2 exit? Enough to not really threaten Scott here, I don't think.
No, still has a look up the inside, and oh, he's actually going for it. Oh, okay. That's big there. That allows Griffin Gardner through into second spot. James Scott forced wide there by Andrew Gilliam. I didn't see that move coming. And Scott immediately on the attack again, trying to get back into second spot. O'Shea's in this as well. Almost tries up the inside of Scott. But all three of them with compromised lines through turn 6 now. Andrew Gilliam taking the ball and running.
And the fact that it wasn't Bo who was past that set that chain off is quite surprising. As there you go, there's the lunge up the inside of turn 7. O'Shea gets through there, and Scott's now picked up. He had a bit of damage on left side. That looks a fair bit more substantial.
Yeah.
Since I last saw the left side of the car. 100%. It's. I mean, you've just had 3 drivers one driver rustle you up, and everyone else make hay while the sun shines. And he does seem to be settling back in now behind O'Shea, but now outside of the effective podium as Loxton will bail there from what was P number 6 after Leonage. As we're being told, the damage has been found, which means it will probably come up on screen here in a second, and it's on the run to turn 7 right as he was being passed.
Yeah, just grazed the left side of the car on the barrier through the braking zone. There goes Gilliam. Around the outside of Bo Albert at turn 3. Can he get it done? No. Bo Albert stays ahead, but for how long? The rear end of that car is really struggling now. Very much rear limited circuit with how many acceleration zones there are. But Bo's just keeping on this defensive. Look at how much time it has cost Andrew Gilliam. All of that time spent behind Bo means that Gardner, O'Shea and Scott are right back with him once again. Will we see an attack here from the 9-5 cars? Albert defensive again into turn 7. That's a big curb hit. Loses a lot of momentum, and that has compressed the top 5 once more.
Does Jamie Stovall get into this one? Because he's on the strategy with all of these drivers. We saw that he preserved his tyres well enough relative to Scott in the opening race that he could go with him specifically. Gilliam looks on the exit of 11, but he's not there for 12. And it doesn't fluster Bo this time by at least as they come through 13. Now the wiggle there from the 06 off the corner as he tried to get things onto the power. 12 to go here at the line. He still owes a pit stop, mind you. So unfortunately, this only takes us so far in this race, but the more he does this, the more drivers we get in this race. Do we get Stovall in to this one here? Do we get Kissetov? He goes racing line this time. Surely here comes the lunge from Gilliam. The inside has been offered up. It's come. No, it's not going to get.
Loses it. Oh no, keeps it out of the barrier, but that is the lead gone for Bo Albert. And it looks like O'Shea might get him here at turn 4, unless Albert decides to fire it up the inside at 5. No, he has to yield. But James Scott still staring at the back of the 06 Mustang, gets up the inside at 6. And with that, I think it might be done. Bo Albert shuffled outside of the top 4. And outside run into turn 7 isn't going to work with him being that far back from Scott. He just yields. So Now, your top three are Andrew Gilliam, Griffin Gardner, and Dylan O'Shea. Can those two 9.5 cars respond at all to the Pursuit 201?
I think they all mostly had it in them. I mean, Gardner and Gilliam were basically dead level in the last race. It was just that Gilliam got through first and pulled margin on Gardner that he couldn't respond to later on in the race. As yet now, Jamie Stovall has been offered up the opportunity, and yeah, it pulls Stovall to inside, but you're not quite inside of 2 seconds, apologies. It's 2.5 to the race lead, but if he can get round a bow here quickly enough on presumably better tyres, see him potentially again range up on the back of this leading group, as we'll now see here. Top four, fairly line astern. Not expecting any changes there. On board with your 987 of Jamie Stovall here to turn 3. He's not going to catch up this time, unfortunately, it seems, into turn 3. But yeah, I'm just seeing it in the chat too, Reese. Race 1 was already the best result I've seen for Jamie in a SCOPS race. As Synergy cars further on down the field here are going to get at it as Hobbo nearly takes Ken Latta to the tyres at turn 3.
Oh, goodness, it is getting quite hectic here for the last couple of positions in the top 10. Freeman managing to just hold on to it here. Kenneth Latta isn't too far ahead, but oh dear. It just goes to show when the field is still compressed like this, it takes one mistake or one botched move from a driver and it will completely change the face of things. As Cameron Jones here trying on Jacob O'Reilly, space given but only just coming out of turn 7. O'Reilly will force him into the outside barrier. That gives an opportunity to the Race on Oscar of Justin Wallace, who's continued gaining positions here. Looks like Stovall has gone past Albert as well, as that's contact between Jones and O'Reilly. O'Reilly in the barrier. He's managed to keep it going, though. He gets moving again just in time for Ben Morris to arrive on the scene. That's a real unfortunate way for things to end in that fight.
And no surprises, but O'Reilly on the radio. Stovall, in the meantime, has gotten through on Albert, so that is now sorted. But in the process, he's lost about 2.5 seconds in trying to finish that move off there. So that might just blunt any chance in attack. He's going to really have to rely on the top 4 ahead, I think, having a proper crack at it as we check back in further down the field here. As Leonage outside the top 20 still, 26th. Could be 25th here, as he's trying to get past Blackburn, who goes inside defensive, and Leon's just drive around the outside of him there. Yep, turn 4. Can also be run around the outside, as he then obviously take the inside for turn 5 there.
Yeah, that's the difference that fresh tyres make, but Leonage might still have a straight line speed disadvantage and is not making it easy for himself grazing the wall like that. But we only have 10 laps to go, coming up to 9 when they cross the start-finish line next. So the pain won't last too much longer for Rehan Leonage as he tries desperately to work his way further up this field. Update on the lead fight. Well, Andrew Gilliam still leads from Griffin Gardner as Beau Albert finally takes his pit stop, and that is everyone in the field having gotten their compulsory stop out of the way. Where will Beau find himself as we get another view of the incident between Jones and O'Reilly? It looked like Jones, he tried to go for the move, but there was no chance of that happening.
Yeah, no. O'Reilly's left him what looks like a car's width from that angle there. And any kind of running deep there ends up putting him in the wall as a result. And indeed, that has been what happens. It was opportunistic and clearly has not paid off very well for either driver, given that Race Control is having a look at that, and we'll presumably hear about that soon enough. Loxton's gone in the wall at turn 3, which now means he'll be behind everyone that's on the alternate strategy. P28 now for the 209. And that
advantage,
would be...
though, in that there was a gap for him to go
Blackburn
into. Oh, no.
And stay on the replay if you can, because 40's gone off at turn 7.
He has. That's unfortunate.
Oh, chain reaction at turn 8.
Yeah, that's just increased things further. So, yeah, definitely stay on this replay because, yeah, here's what happened. So, Latta, trying up the inside of Ford, makes contact with him. He goes heavy into the barriers, and then as Ford tries to get going, everyone else arrives on the scene. Massive checkup.
Focus on Cameron Jones.
Yeah, because Jones gets spun there. And, well, that just creates a massive traffic jam and a few spun cars on the exit of turn 8. James Chastaneuf being one of the cars involved there as the field continues to fly by. And Jones only just getting going now. Oh, no.
Scott's had a moment. Drop back behind. Rush the wall. Okay, well, things starting to dial on up here just a little bit more towards the end of this one. And, yeah, exit of turn 2.
Turn 3.
Oh, turn 3.
Just went
Oh, yeah,
wide.
way deep.
Just avoids getting into the tyre bundle. Oh, goodness me.
So Stovall might just be given a chance at P4 spot here if all that. Okay, that looked a little hot in, but no. Okay, all fine there for the 088. As he then negotiates. Here we go. Freeman trying to get up the inside of ladder. Just further on back. This is for 8th spot. Gets the job done. Oh, very deep for Freeman. Once again, just missing the outside wall there.
Well, a miss is as good as a mile, as my grandfather used to love to say all the time. Kenneth Latta now back into 10th spot, but he enjoys a nice gap back to the likes of... actually, Latta back into 9th spot, sorry. He enjoys a gap back to this fight here as Hobbo just tagged the wall. And the checkup that was set up at the entrance to the fountain section has lost Hobbo his rear wing, unfortunately. But we've seen plenty of times that kind of damage doesn't mean much to the overall pace of these cars. It's more suspension damage that does it, as that's the brush. And you see just how close everyone gets to the exit of that corner there.
Yeah, if you're not against the wall without actually scraping it, you've not gone fast enough is, of course, the classic ethos there. As Sorono and Whiting going 18th place down into turn 3. By the looks of that there, I would presume I just picked it up after a pass was made. No apologies, that was Whiting having caught up to Sorono and looking to put the pressure on. So no exchange there. Change between Ian Ford and Paul Young. Now up for 11th place as we're coming into turn 7, though Ford's going to stick it up the inside of the 115.
Oh.
Side by side. Wiggle for Ford. He's going to have to yield that one there. He's lost the run there. And actually puts Justin Wallace in behind him in 13th. Justin been quietly making up spots as other people have faltered around him, it seems, in this back half of the race tonight. At least we were mentioning a little while back that he was P20 and hadn't really moved much in this second one. But his car is still clean, and that is, well, mostly clean. And I think that's the key, obviously, to what matters here. Ford, though, is really getting loose behind the wheel of the 115. The rears do look like they have gone on that ERT Commodore here.
Yeah, you can just see that the car behaviour is not to his liking, and he's struggling on the exits. Meanwhile, Wallace continuing to fight his way up here. 23rd place qualifying for race 1, 18th place finish, and now up into 13th here as he's going to try the over-under on 40, who went a bit deep on the exit of turn 3, and deep again coming into turn 4. Just manages to hold onto the position with momentum, but Wallace is all over the back of him now. This is a good view here from Connor Nixon of this fight, and if something happens, then 40 will end up falling behind Nixon too, I'd wager. But that's a good exit from turn 6 for Ian Ford. That's just enough to keep him ahead of this battling pair.
It feels as though there Wallace, a little conservative, again probing for sure back and forth there to try and see if he could get in the mirrors and unsettle Ford, but no dice. And then maybe either a little too, I think just a little passive off of turn 6, trying to make sure he had a good run without overdriving it the way that Ian seems to be on the limit of what his car can give him. And yeah, cost him the run into turn 7. But he'll close up here. Oh, hang on.
Oh, that's
Ian
not
steps aside.
Oh, he's struggling. He's struggling
Oh,
hard.
Nixon hits the wall in the background.
Wow. All right. Well, in the midst of all of that, Wallace making the move on Ford. I'm not too sure what happened there for Ian Ford. It almost looked like he lifted off.
It did look it. It was definitely odd, that's for sure.
It was very hard to get a slowdown around here, so it wouldn't have been that.
Well, I actually did check that instantly, but no sign of that here. On board with 40?
Almost seems like a preemptive defense, but he ended up going
Yeah, that
into...
would do it.
Yeah,
But
ended
just
up going into the turn way too hot.
And then look at that there as we head back to live pictures, the slide out there as he continues to push his car. The tyres keep saying, please sir, no more. But those tyres don't exactly have a choice in all of this. Taliancic, though, would be looking to potentially gain some more in the process. Currently up 25 to P15. And I think he smells at least 27 could be on the cards here, which would make him the biggest mover in race number 2. And in fact, if you get 27 up, that'll match Seb Flock's gains in race number 1 to make it, biggest mover of the night, be a bit of a joint thing. Just in behind that bunch, we've got our next pack of cars, including Rehan Leonage, still outside the top 20 race. He is on the back of P20, I should say, but it's slog from this point onwards here to finish things off. So we'll check in with Tally for a second first.
All right, 4 laps to go. What can Michael Taliancic do to get past Connor Nixon? What can Brenton Hobson do to get back past the number 3 of Paul Young here, who's just made his way around the outside of turn 3? Good stuff from him, but the problems are continuing for Ian Ford. There goes Connor Nixon trying to get past him, and Taliancic could find a move himself here. Nixon still coping with that damage that he got just a lap or so ago, and on the defensive hard into turn 6. Has he gone too deep? No, he's just managed to gear it up, but Tally getting a straighter run out, and again, that's helped Ian Ford. There's so many times I've seen here where he should have fallen behind other cars, but they've ended up getting involved with each other, and he's gained an advantage from that. There goes Taliancic up the inside of Nixon and up into 14th place, and also trying is Ben Morris. There's the tag indeed. Connor Nixon gets turned around. That's a lot of cars going by him there, and Beau Albert, meanwhile, thinks, yes, I'm going to gain a few more spots out of this. Look at the grip he has with those newer tyres. Brilliant exit.
I believe he's just gained 4 spots in a matter of that many corners. Yeah, he would have, because he would have been at least 22nd. He's jumped to 18th in the process, and now eyeing off Teo Serrano for 17th here, with 3 to go as they cross the line, and Gibbs in behind as well, also turn 1 on Connor Nixon. Slides it in, though, in the background. And that has checked up the 2 of them and going to potentially give Tyler Blackburn a chance at this. And you got Vincent Skilbeck behind as it's Harrison on the defensive from Leonage ahead. Leonage is in hot.
Oh, too hot into the tyre bundle, and that collects the cars behind. Some more damage on the side of Connor Nixon's car, and Tyler Blackburn says, yes, please, mate, I'm going to have a go for this at turn 5. Is that too deep? Oh, only just avoids pushing Tyler Blackburn into the wall. There goes Vincent Skilbeck and Robbie Gibbs. There's the bump. Skilbeck sent wide, but Gibbs gets the move done in the end.
Oh, that was more, it was actually Gibbs. Gibbs defending the spot and bumped off the inside wall at T6 from what I saw as well. So more, not so, I guess, you put it, Leonage slow. He's had a moment at turn 7. He drops back now to 23rd. It's as if the tyres, well, they were fresh, but the damage on the car now really doing it, making its mark. As Gibbs to the inside, that's half a car. He's going to force the issue past Leonage there at turn 11. Skilbeck now eyeing off turn 12. He's there. He's going to have to pull it up, though. does leave the space as Leonage tries to give him a car's width only. They rub doors a couple of times, and this should now be, and there you go, Skillbeck now. Here comes the undamaged speed. Bang. Done.
Yeah, well, into turn one, even then, Leonage a little bit wide. He is really struggling with that car now, and that could give the advantage here that is needed by Brett Loxton. And Leonage, despite going defensive into turn three, I think it's only a matter of time before Loxton finds his way past. Bit of a bump on the exit, but there we go. Loxton is by, and Leonage shuffled all the way to the back of this pack. P26 then for the championship leader going into this round. Checking a bit further up, Teo Sorono is trying to hold off Michael Whiting and Hayden Harrison. Now, they've only got 1.5 laps to go, these two, or these three rather. Sorono doing an all right job of defending, but maybe compromising himself a bit too much. The final lap begins for Andrew Gilliam. 2.4 second lead across the line versus Griffin Gardner. And that's about the margin that Gilliam won by last race. Nice bit of repeating there as Albert tries to work his way back up here on those fresh tyres. On the back of O'Reilly, got Ben Morris and Ian Ford up ahead. It's going to be tough for Albert to get this done, but a good exit out of turn two will set him up very nicely.
It would indeed, as we watch here. Everyone up on the curb through turn one. Just kissed the curb at turn two. There you go. Hobbo defending from Justin Wallace now, as the 13 looks to make another spot up here. Get to P11.
Oh, Ian Ford and Ben Morris. Oh.
Same time O'Reilly and Albert in the meantime too. Tally's up into P13. That will make it plus 27 for him as well as we go.
Oh, no!
Tag! Oh, double!
Oh.
In the wall of 5. O'Reilly, Morris in backwards for the tyres there.
Yeah, Bo Albert made contact with O'Reilly that then sent him into Morris. That's a big shame there. But final turn for Andrew Gilliam. It's going to be another dominant victory here for the 201, putting himself well back in the fight. Griffin Gardner finishes second place for the second time tonight. That's an excellent job from him. And O'Shea is going to get another podium out of this. That was close, meanwhile, between James Scott and Jamie Stovall. There was less than a tenth separating them at the end.
Once again, Jamie Stovall coming on strong in the closing laps. Unfortunately, not quite enough to beat James Scott, as Albert up the inside of Ford there, 12 to provisionally go to P14, but very much expect that one to be under review post races. Gilliam lays down the rubber at turn 3 once more, and yeah, once again, whilst we've been busy with all the action further on back, Reese just walked away by 2.7 seconds over Griffin Gardner. Just by the looks of things, better consistency under the well, with that car, and made hay while the sun shined very nicely indeed.
Yep, that's going to be a nice long burn out there for the 201, and well-earned victories, I have to say, for Andrew Gilliam. He did have to get his elbows out once or twice, but that's what you got to do at a street circuit like this. It's very difficult to make moves at the best of times around Belle Isle, and Scott has claimed the title of King of the Streets for now. Those 2 race wins on the board means he gets maximum points out of this round, and Gardner and O'Shea finishing again second and third respectively. Got to give it to them for a very strong round. For O'Shea, the difference was really made in race 1 where he made up those 3 spots. James Scott, meanwhile, well, he was fighting for the win all night, but unfortunately just getting involved in incidents not entirely of his own doing. Jamie Stovall, we have to give him a big shout out. That's a double top 5 from a car that we didn't quite expect to be in the running this round. And Rick Kuznetsov making his way up into the top 6 as well. Big shout out to him. One position gained for Fred. Freeman gets up into 8th. Kenneth Latter, unfortunately, the big loser in the top 10, down 3 spots to 9th. But Paul Young getting up from 17th into 10th. That's a big turnaround from qualifying in 30th for race 1.
Yeah, it is indeed. Brenton Hobson brings it home just ahead of Justin Wallace there for 11th and 12th, which will stifle the run there to +6. Mike Taliancic makes it another +27 here to finish in 13th position. And actually, pardon me, that is 2 better than what Seb Fox was able to achieve in race 1. So there's your biggest mover there. And then P14 would go to Belle Isle, but that is most certainly provisional, with Ian Ford behind him on the road for 15th. Teo Sorono there edges out Jake O'Reilly for 16th and 17th respectively. And then just in behind them, Michael Whiting, Hayden Harrison, and Tyler Blackburn to round out the 20.
21st in the end was Robert Gibbs, and well, he was one of the drivers who tried holding it out when the safety car came out, didn't come in for a stop until sometime later. Connor Nixon involved in a couple of incidents and a penalty for him as well. 22nd in race. The penalty came in race 1. Skilbeck, Loxton, and then Leonage in P25. After that, absolute shocker. Gilliam might have just taken the championship lead away from him, but Ben Morris and James Chastaneuf also losing spots. Positions gained for Jordan Siberis, only 2, but it's definitely a profitable night for him. Craig Schultz, the last car to finish on the lead lap in 29th before we go back to Ben Christensen, 3 laps down in 30th.
Yep. And then over the page, we get into Cameron Jones and Dylan Pereira, who will be classified 31st and 32nd. And Seth Brown at 17 laps short. I do believe that will that won't count. Given that 17 laps short, we'll just quickly run that number for you there. Yeah, you need to complete 25 laps. So yeah, well shorter requirements. So yeah, unfortunately, Seth Brown, Sebastian Flock, Bradley Vaughan, Chad Lewis, Ben Smith, Zach McDonald, Damian Johnson, Luke Mitchinson, Thomas Hinds, and Sean McNamara. It's an awfully long roll call there of about 9 cars who will not be classified in race 2 and have 0 points to their name. But that's just about going to do it here, Reese. We will grab the interview with our round winner. And if I can trust my maths on that one, I believe our new championship leader, Andrew Gilliam, with that sweep of the races, jumps up to the top of things as we bring him in here. And I'll leave it to you, Reese.
Indeed. Well, congratulations on the double win, Andrew. There was started off with a strong run in qualifying. Definitely seemed like the pace was there for you all through the week after topping pre-qualifying as well.
Yeah, that was a fantastic set of races tonight. I'm over the moon. Like, the setups were perfect. I can't thank the team enough. Like, Mike has put so many hours into the setup this week, and I just trust the knowledge he's got. It's just, he always delivers. The car felt awesome. It hung onto its tires. Qualifying pace was there. Like, I'm just absolutely stoked for the team. Like, this is such a good result for the hard work we put in.
Yeah, definitely a lot of hard work being put in at Pursuit this year, and it's all really paying off here. You might at least have matched, if not outright, taken the championship lead from Rayhan Leonage with that, so sets you up really well for the next part of the season.
Awesome. Let's bring it on. Part 2, here we go.
Yeah, indeed. Well, before we let you go, Andrew, is there anyone you'd like to thank for your double victory tonight?
Yeah, just big thanks again to the team. Like, a lot of hours this weekend, and this is a track we typically enjoy as well. So, yeah, huge shout out to those guys. Manon Racing Products, Sideways Photography, SS Images. Thank you guys for your support, and V&M Simulation. And I also just want to give a shout out. My family started up a new business called Be Bold Active, which is a country-themed activewear brand. So look out for those stickers next time I'm on the track.
All right, excellent stuff. Good to hear. Andrew Gilliam taking both wins tonight. And unfortunately, that's all the time we're going to have for driver interviews tonight. We do apologize, but have to wrap things up pretty quickly here at SimSpeed TV. Dan, excellent round of the championship. Looking forward to the next one.
I mean, yeah, it's been crazy. It's a street circuit, though, and I guess if you're not ready for that, you're probably not you've got very high hopes. We'll go with that. So we open things back up by heading across to Italy, and the next of our 250-kilometer races, which we actually haven't seen on the calendar for quite some time. Imola will play host to the 9th round of the 2023 V8SCOPS Championship, and starting to edge closer to those endurance races. But 2 rounds to go before we get into Endurance Cup season.
Yes, and we hope that you're definitely there for the next round at Imola. Make sure to subscribe to us here on YouTube and like us on the socials. We're at SimSpeed TV on Twitter and SimSpeed Esports Network on Facebook. I'm Reese Gardner. It's Dan Yeaman with me in the comms box, and Jay Kennedy handling production behind the scenes. Thank you very much for watching, everyone, and we will see you next time.